Okay. Please say that this is working. Like, is this better? Is this worse? Scrap that. I'm not sure, it could be worse. Is this... Please say this is at least a little tiny bit better. I've spent the last half an hour fighting with my Ethernet cable. I've got no idea what my internet provider did, but they had my internet off all day yesterday, and when it came back on today, it's dreadful. They just went, here, this is the internet you should be getting for your money, and this is the amount of internet we're actually going to give you. So... you know what I'm going to be doing tomorrow? I'm going to be like a Karen. I'm going to be calling up the ginormous media corporation tomorrow and being like, hi, yeah, my internet's shit, can you fix it? So, I am hoping that this now functions for the rest of the stream. I'm honestly not going to bet on it, because I guarantee it won't function perfectly for the entire stream, but I hope you will forgive me. My internet provider did some weird ass shit and now it's doing this. You should totally do that. But you deserve it though, be a Karen. You know what, I'm going to be doing that tomorrow because I pay an ungodly amount for internet in the UK. I don't know if it's the same everywhere around the world. I am paying like 60 quid a month for shit internet. So you best believe I'm going to be a Karen tomorrow. I'll put the Karen hat on. Oh no, I'll put the Karen hair on. And I'm going to be having to do that tomorrow because I gotta fix it. I gotta fix this. Thank you so much, Valerie. Thank you so much. So unfortunately, I lost all of the messages from the last stream. Mainly because I was trying to set up the internet and my computer crashed. As you can tell, I'm having a fantastic week. I have had so many problems this week. I was going to start the stream by saying that I apologise for there not being a video last Wednesday. It's because YouTube kicked me in my ass. I filmed an entire reaction video. I spent 100 plus hours filming, editing this video. I uploaded it to YouTube and it went copyright claim. I'm like, but why? I used like 2% of my video is someone else's content. The other 98% is just me talking to myself. So there was no video last week and now I have a reaction video that's just sitting in my editing software because I can't use it. So let's try and make this live stream a good one. It might be a little glitchy, it might be a little laggy, but we're just gonna have to go with it and hope that next week I can have a video up on the channel that isn't slightly broken. That would be nice, wouldn't it? It's just that time of year, I think, because obviously everyone's gone back to school and everyone's gone back to uni and they're all using the internet. So I have tried a few different things today. Slow chat is currently on. I'm not sure if slow chat is the way I'm going to go in the future, but I did have someone recommend slow chat to me on one of the last live streams and said that it might help the issue with the chat jumping, you know, how it would jump and I would lose messages. So I'm hoping that slow chat will be useful, but as we can tell, my internet is already desperately struggling. It's trying really, really hard. So hopefully it will help with modding. Hopefully it will help with everything. My internet is trying very, very hard to do anything. So as always, I'm going to go chronologically and I'm going to answer as many questions as I feel comfortable with. I might not answer all of them because some of them I've already done a video on and some of them I've already talked about before. And let's get started. If in doubt, the chat rules are on the screen. I don't know how long this live stream is going to be, obviously, because words, internet, not good. And it is meant to be slow chat. I'm not sure if it's not slow chat anymore. Anyway, I'm just going to go for it. I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to get enough in to have this be an actual not useless. I don't want it to be useless. I want it to be a useful live stream for people. And yeah, let's just give this a go. Let's give this a go and let's see. And if at any point the video gets really, really, really bad, I will keep jumping down in the chat just to make sure, because obviously I'm so behind that I might lose it. Where's the jug of water? The jug of water is actually mostly empty, but it is here. It is here. Oh, hidden away, sort of behind me. Please stay. It would honestly be just my luck that I will knock it over. Mercury Retrograde is coming. Ah, yes it is. For me though, I don't think the technical issues are necessarily Mercury Retrograde. It's just I'm really good at breaking technology. It's just one of those things. I'm just fantastic at breaking computers and phones and lights. I think we all know, if you follow me on Instagram, the fiasco I've had with lights. So many issues with lights. I just have a problem with technology, and the internet is apparently just part of that. Apparently. Let me see if I can get to the right question. Can it be possible that I was a witch in a past life and that nature is trying to tell me that? I mean, it definitely is a possibility, most definitely. Whether necessarily they would refer to themselves as witches or not is really a different matter. But we see people all the way back through history who've practiced witchcraft in one form or another, or they've practiced magical practice in one form or another. They may not have called it witchcraft, so there's definitely a potential for that, most definitely. Thank you so much. This one just popped up. Ink You Fish. Thank you so much. Blessed Autumn. Favourite things about the season. Halloween. Like, I know I meant to be like, oh, Mabon, I love Mabon. Samhain, Halloween, favourite bit. I'll be honest, I'm not really a cold weather person, so from this part of the year onwards, I just kind of get more agitated and angry, because I really like the warm weather. I don't like being cold. So for me, my favourite bit about this time of year is Halloween, spooky season. And I've already got like loads of things for it. I don't go shopping for much, but when I do, I go shopping for Halloween decorations. So that is my favourite thing about autumn. At the moment anyway. Maybe one day I'll become like a massive autumn lover, but right now, yeah, not me. I'm a summer person who likes Halloween. Can you make a spell? Oh, it jumped. Do you remember when I said that I hoped it wasn't going to jump? I think slow chat might have actually turned off. I don't know. Honestly, I'm not going to put anything past my internet today. I'm not trusting that it will do anything good. So we're just going to have to hope that it's all right. The question I was on was, can you make a spell or ritual using a language you created, since all languages are made up? So I have thought about this for a while. I think you probably can. I mean, most languages that we see in the Western world are derived in one form or another from Latin. So really, it depends whether you want to base it on anything. A lot of people will base made-up languages on a system like Latin because it's very useful for building languages on top of. But besides that, I mean, I'm sure you can, as long as you understand what it is that you are saying. However, one thing I will say is that if you are planning on working with deities or spirits or ancestors, if they don't know what you're saying, that might get a little bit tricky. So I think it's really going to depend on what you're working with and how you plan on working with them. But I mean, give it a go. I mean, the worst that can happen is you don't get a strong result, and then you can kind of build on that going forwards. How do you define energy and how it operates within magical practice? I mean, for me, energy is energy. I don't really know how to simplify it more than that. It's just another... Trying to simplify something that's already very simplified is very difficult to do, because obviously everything we do is energy. The food we eat is energy. the movement that we have is energy. Heat is energy. So magical energy is just working with the energies around us. That could be food, that could be heat, that could be movement, that could be motion. There's so many things that can go into it. But energy is really as simplistic as you can get without going all super science brain on it. And honestly, I don't have the willpower to go super science brain on it today. For me, energy is exactly that. I don't know how else to describe it. I feel really slow today. I feel really daft. I feel like the chat it's quite slow today, my brain is. Because I don't know how to simplify it any further. You're just working with energy. And energy is already about as simplistic as I can make it. So I apologise if that isn't a super useful answer to your question. As you can tell, I'm having a really bad day. I'm not crying out of sadness, by the way. I'm not whining out of sadness. It's just like frustration because everything's gone wrong. Oh, dear. How do you stop spirits interrupting you when you're trying to meditate? Protections. Protection circles, personal protections on a room. Ideally, if you do have a lot of spirits around and they're going to keep annoying you, having a protection circle is a really good place to start, because then you're only allowing in the spirits that you want to be in your space instead of all of the spirits. Oh, this is quite useful. I've got this feature right now where I can look at where I am in the chat and I can look at the bottom of the chat all in one go. It's quite useful. How are you celebrating Mabon? I'm not. It's been a shit week. It's been a shit month. And honestly, I just don't really feel like celebrating that, you know? So I'm just not gonna bother. And actually, I am partway through filming a video where instead of setting up a Mabon altar, I'm setting up a different kind of altar. Because honestly, I'm not really feeling it this season. Sometimes I'm really invested in it, and sometimes I just really aren't. And this season, I'm just not feeling it. And I think it's just because it's like a whole collection of bad things happening all at once. You know, I think everyone experiences it sometimes. And I just don't really feel like celebrating that this year. So my celebration, because I know it is technically the start of Mabon yesterday, but is to drink hot chocolate and watch The Magicians. That's about all I'm going to do. Hopefully you have something a little bit more interesting planned. A celebration, a feast, a group gathering, whatever it might be. I hope that you enjoy your Mabon. I just am not really feeling it this year. And you know what? That's okay too. I think online, especially on social media like Instagram and TikTok, there's a whole lot of pressure on beginners especially to be celebrating every little tiny festival. You know, they're celebrating Lupercanalia, and they're celebrating Samhain, and they're celebrating Mabon, and they're celebrating Christmas, and like they're celebrating all of these different festivals. And you don't need to. If you don't want to and you're not feeling it, or you simply just aren't that interested in festivals, I want to make it clear that you don't have to. It's a nice thing to do, but don't feel as though you have to kind of push yourself into doing that if it's not something that you're feeling at that time. I'm late, but edit the sound on the video you're reacting to in the software. I won't pick it up. Yeah, I've tried that. This is to the reaction video. I've tried everything. I've tried editing the sound and the video. I've tried editing just the sound. I've tried editing just the video. I've tried reversing the video. I've tried making it more translucent. The YouTube system has just gone through a massive update, and people are getting copyright claimed for literally everything. I got like 25 emails. This is quite a funny story actually. It's a bit off topic, but I got 25 emails from YouTube like 2 days ago saying that I had copied these like 25 different videos on YouTube. But what had happened is, for anyone who's been around for a while, my old intro was Flames, and it's a free for commercial use video of flames that I used in my intro originally. And what had happened is that YouTube saw that these flames were the same and decided that I'd copied their videos, except my video came out in 2019 and their videos came out in 2020, so that definitely makes a whole lot of sense. YouTube right now is just freaking out to like everyone I know, so if you're noticing a lot of people that you're subscribed to having issues with it, I think it's because YouTube is kind of going, a little bit bananas right now. Oh, thank you so much, Victoria. Thank you so much. That dog is so cute. So yeah, YouTube is just kind of massively going nuts right now. So we'll just have to see if that balances itself out. I hope it does, because at the minute I was so confused. I was like, wait, how can I have copied a video that came out a year and a half after mine did? That doesn't make any sense. Oh dear. Right. I think I was about here. Have you ever used ley lines in your practice? I live near an area that has ley lines. How would I use them in practice? So, I have used ley lines quite a lot, actually. So, I used to live in Wales. And where I lived-ish, there were ley lines crossing through. And that made it so easy for... hiccups, so easy to practice with because the energy was so strong. It also meant that there was a whole lot of spirits about and like unavoidable, like everywhere. I've never been in a place that has so much spirit activity as when I was living in Wales. It was so bananas. They were just everywhere. And I really liked working with that. And then also when I do work, when I'm in Somerset, particularly when I have been to Stonehenge, I have wands, like crystal wands that have the energy of Stonehenge in it. And also the Tor. So the Tor in Glastonbury and Stonehenge are both points of crossing ley lines, as far as I'm aware. And both of those have such intense energy. And the way I typically will do it is I will store that energy in a vessel and then I'll use it at a later date, because typically most people are not going to want to be doing a ritual at Stonehenge, and also I'm pretty certain that you're not allowed to anyway. And same with the Tor in Glastonbury. It's a very, very busy place. You don't really want to be sitting and doing a ritual. Plus, it's really windy. Good luck trying to do any kind of useful ritual up there when it's that windy. So instead, I will draw that energy in. So much like the technique that I teach with grounding, where you are pushing the tendrils into the earth and then drawing that energy up, you can do the same thing with ley lines, except instead of drawing it into yourself, you draw it into a vessel like a wand. A wand is good. Anything that's crystal is good, especially quartz is fantastic, or copper. And then you can use that energy as you would any other energy during spellwork and ritual at a later point. It just stops you having to go through the faff of dealing with the ley lines whilst there's loads of people there. So that's how I've always done it, but that's also because I'm a shy bean and I don't want to be doing rituals in front of loads of people. I've done it before and I don't really want to do it again. I say as I'm talking to hundreds of people in a laggy YouTube live, but you know, there's a big difference, isn't there, between like talking to a camera and like doing a ritual in front of strangers and tourists. It's a bit weird. But I'd love to know if anyone else has done rituals with ley lines. I think depending on where you are in the UK, most ley line crossings are in very busy places. So I'd be interested to hear if any of you who maybe live elsewhere where it's easier to do rituals actually at ley lines, I would love to know your experiences, because it's obviously going to be very, very different from mine. The cold turns me into a hibernating bear. Oh, me too. Yeah, me too. I don't do the cold in the slightest. Do you consecrate your tools or find it useful to do so? If you have, if so, do you have suggestions for how to do that? I don't know why I got so stuck on that sentence. So I used to consecrate my tools mainly because it was what was told you needed to do within the Wiccan religion. I don't do it anymore, mostly because the tools that I have are used for many, many different things, and a lot of the things I use are not necessarily tools that are dedicated to my practice. So I don't really bother. What I will do is I will cleanse tools if I feel the need to. So if they've been handled by a lot of people, or if there's just some not very nice energy going on with them, I'll cleanse them. However, if they are an object that has come from an animal, or they're an object that I already like the energy of, then typically I won't even bother. A lot of you will have seen my antler wand. I have never cleansed that. However, the athame I have cleansed, mainly because I want to work with the energy of that animal, and so I don't want to cleanse the tool of that energy. So it really all depends on what I'm working with. I have used consecrated tools, but I don't really see the point in doing it for me right now, mainly because if I need to use a knife to cut something in my practice, I'll use a kitchen knife. if I need to carve into a candle, I'll use a tool called an awl. Wow, that is a mouthful. AWL. And it's essentially a tool that's used to punch holes in leather belts and leather products. And so when I'm making leather products, I will use the awl for that as well. So nothing I use really anymore is solely just for my magical practice. A lot of it is used outside of it as well. So I would say it really all depends on what you're using and whether or not you want to use it for anything else. Because once you've consecrated an item for the purpose of using it in ritual only, you really are restricted in what you can use it with. So it's very much a personal choice. My brain today is mush. I cannot form a cohesive sentence today. My sister has a problem where her stuff gets lost. This happens so often, and I'm almost certain that there's something doing this. How can I identify it or make it stop? I hope you can help. Okay, so I have stuff going missing all the time. One, it's because I'm a very chaotic person, and when I put something down, I will immediately lose it. But two, there's a lot of spirits in this house that really like to mess with me. I mentioned it during the last live stream. I have a purse. Now, we've been in lockdown for a long time. I mean, technically we're not in lockdown anymore, but I don't like being around people, okay? I'm like a hermit, except a high-functioning hermit. And I haven't used this purse in years, right? And I could not find it anywhere. I thought I'd lost it. I had myself looking for it. I had my family looking for it. We could not find this damn thing. I come downstairs the next morning after I asked for it back, and the purse is sitting in the middle of this floor. The floor that we had 3 people searching on yesterday for this purse. It was right in the middle of the floor. And I have found the best way to get spirits to give anything back to you is just to ask them. I've had this happen so many times. I've lost an earring or I've lost a key and I really desperately need it. If I ask really nicely, it will almost always be back the next day. I don't know if anyone else has experienced this. For me, it's usually brownies, usually when I haven't cleaned the house, which for me is often. I am messy and lazy. And I often find that if you ask really nicely for it, or you do the dishes and you clean up a little bit, all of a sudden that item is in a place that you wouldn't have missed it in. It's the strangest thing. I've had books just appear in the middle of the floor when there's nothing else on the floor, and there's no way I could have missed that book. It was right there in the middle of the floor. So I'd say first step is to ask very nicely, and they might be nice enough to just give it back to you. Sometimes they definitely will. Oh, I missed that completely. I will get to that in a minute. Sometimes just asking nicely will do. Sometimes leaving a little bit of an offering will do as well. A lot of the times, spirits will do it to get attention. And if you give them that attention, then they'll give you your items back. It's not necessarily the best way to go about it. Ideally, you want to be able to have your items back just from asking. But there are some spirits that do want more than just a request in order to give it back. But I'd say ask first. And if that doesn't work, maybe try offerings. And Vocatus, thank you so much. Oh my goodness, I didn't see that pop up. It hasn't popped up on like the YouTube stream yet. Thank you so much. It really means a lot to me, and I'm very glad I managed to get the stream working as well. I'm not sure how long it's going to be successful for, but all we can do is hope and give it a go. Do you have any go-to resources to learn about numerology in witchcraft? I tried researching but mostly come across angel numbers, which isn't exactly what I'm looking for. Oh, I feel that. I have a book. Oh my goodness, where did I put it? I have a book on numerology. I'm just going to sit up here for a minute and let me see if I can see it. Where is it? Where is it? I promise I do actually have a book on this subject, and I don't know where it's gone. Ah, bingo, found it. Never mind, just me being blind. Oh, this book. Oh. This one is the one I have. This is the complete book of Numerology by David A. Phillips. Now, he is a PhD. He has a PhD is what I was trying to say. And it says, this is what the back says. It says, to the conventional scientists, numbers are merely a symbol of comparative quantities. But in the broader metaphysical sense, they assume a deeper, more profound significance. This book reveals the underlying meaning behind the numbers in your life and enables you to understand the connection between your numerological patterns and your degree of abundance, health, and general well-being. Overall, delving into the world of numbers will provide you with a simple and accurate way to decipher your experiences in the same manner that a roadmap helps navigate a route that you haven't previously travelled. Now, I liked this one because it isn't so, this is what the angels are telling me. You know, I think we've all seen, or at least some of us will have seen, numerology books that are a bit like that. Or things on the internet that are very like, oh, your angel number of today is this. And like, that's a completely valid path to take if you're interested in numerology in that way. But I think there's too much of that sometimes and not enough of anything else. So I do have this one. It's a little bit intense. I will be honest. It is written by a man who's got a PhD, so I think we can all understand that maybe it's not the most, it's a little wordy, but I have found it quite interesting. Now, it's not specifically numerology in witchcraft. It's very much numerology, and then you can take the aspects of that and add them into witchcraft if you feel that that's something that you would want to do. But all in all, it's considerably more in-depth and interesting than a lot of the books on numerology that I have read, because some of them, they're a little bit vague and they're a little bit, I don't know how to say it in a way that's not going to be mean. I don't intend it to be mean at all, but I think some numerology books are very much, the angels are telling me, you know, it's that kind of a book, whereas this is more of this is an informative look at numbers and then you can do what you want with it, which I actually kind of prefer. I prefer books where I'm able to take that information and adapt them rather than books that have already been adapted. That's the better way of describing it, actually. A lot of the books on numerology have already had that angel influence added onto them, whereas what I was always after was a book on numerology that I can then add whatever onto it that I felt I wanted. This was a very long sentence for what I came out with. Words have escaped me today. This is actually one of the first times I've spoken today, which is probably why my words are coming out in all the wrong orders. I feel like Yoda. All the words are just coming out in the wrong order. Right, that was the numerology question. Here we go. What are signs that Ceridwen is calling? Best way to connect with her? I actually don't know, and that's because the way that a deity is going to reach out to you might be different depending on who you are. I don't know if the video is still up, but a few years ago I did a video on deities and how mine reached out to me, and it was very much a case of I would hear the name. So in the UK, the name Ceridwen is not a very common name at all. I think I've maybe only spoken to 2 people who have that name, and they weren't in the UK, so it's not a very common name to kind of have bouncing around your head. And I had both the name Bridget and the name Ceridwen in my head for days, weeks, and I couldn't figure out what they were associated with. It was just these random names. And then I figured out when I went into Starchild in Glastonbury and I saw all of the incenses on the wall and I saw the names Bridget and Ceridwen. And then I looked more into the history of the 2 deities and I realised they make a lot of sense. So that's how my deities, or my 2 original deities, found me, but that might not be the same for everyone else. So if you are interested, not just in Ceridwen, but any deity, I would recommend looking at the mythology, seeing if you can find some of the original stories from where they came from and see what things are associated with them. So Ceridwen is often associated with hares, as in like the animal, and chickens and corn, as well as the cauldron, purples and blacks, and there's other things in there as well. And it's a case of looking back at the original folk stories of the deities and then drawing on the significant things that you might be experiencing in your life that might tie into that deity. Though, I will say, if you're doing this method of figuring out a deity, make sure you aren't purposefully forcing what's happening in your life to fit. I have met so many people who do this. They will force their personal experiences into a deity mold and then proclaim that Aphrodite is my deity, when actually she probably isn't. You just want Aphrodite to be your deity. So if you're going to go in and do this, it's really important to kind of take a step back and think, okay, am I just forcing this to be a sign, or is this actually a sign? And then go from there. What books do you recommend for beginners? I have an entire beginner playlist on my channel, which includes my best beginner witchcraft books. I get that question a lot, and I always push people towards the video because I don't remember what I said in that video, and also I don't want to have to say it again. Is it important to have a book of shadows as a beginner witch? Yes and no. You don't need a book of shadows, not at all. However, a book of shadows is really useful later on to see how your practice has progressed. And it also gives you a really easy way of noting down the practices that you've done, what's worked and what hasn't. Now, you don't need a physical book of shadows to do this. You can use a OneDrive document or a Dropbox document, or just something that's saved in safe places, usually in multiple places, to make sure you don't lose it. You can also use a diary app on your phone. You can use the Notes app on your phone. You can use a Word document, whatever works best, just as a way of noting down when you did workings, how successful they were. If you are interested, I got stuck on the word, if you're interested in doing divination readings, you can note down when you did the reading, the deck that you used to do the reading if you are using cards, and then noting down the result of that reading. And it gives you something to look back on, because a lot of the time successes within witchcraft are delayed. They're not instantaneous. And so sometimes you might forget that you've done a working and then see results from it in 3 months, but you're not going to realize that that result is connected with that working if you've forgotten the working that you did. So books of shadows are really useful to just keep track of what you're doing, but it doesn't have to be a physical object. And if you don't want to, you don't need to have a book of shadows at all. But I will say, I have looked back on my old books of shadows and I have years of my practice missing, and I desperately wish I'd used a book of shadows. And so now I'm dedicated to using them. So if you are thinking that you're going to be doing this in 5, 10, 20 years, it's definitely worth just writing some stuff down in a book of shadows, because it gives you something that you can look back on and see how far your practice has come. I have a question. I want to start writing a book of shadows, but I do not know where to look for information. I have some books, but I don't know what material to transfer. Generally speaking, if you have a book, so like any of these, you don't need to transfer the information into a book of shadows, because you already have that information in what would be described as a grimoire, a book of pre-known information that you can just look back on. So you don't need to fill your book of shadows with information that you already have in your books, because in theory, if you needed that information, you'll probably just go to the book and find it again in there. A book of shadows is more like a diary, a journal. It shows the things that you've done, the practices that you've undertaken, and when you did it. You don't necessarily need to create a book of shadows that's a replica of your education books. Instead, it's more of a personal book that documents your personal journey. So if you do want to note down any super useful bits of information that maybe you're going to want to look back on, you can definitely do that. But the rest of it's probably best to be the things that you're learning at that time. Note down what you're looking at, the type of workings that you're doing, any readings that you've done. So it makes it a step apart from just another grimoire. Instead, it's an actual personal magical journal in a way. The dance is obviously a requirement for drinking water. Oh, it's the extent of my dancing ability. It's just this. It's just the wiggle. I feel like I'm no longer a beginner. What can I do to progress further? So, beginner books are usually very generic. I think we've all experienced this. A beginner book will cover a whole lot of topics in very minimal detail. Once you get past that point, a lot of people can feel lost because more advanced books are not so generic, they're very specific. So once you've gone past that beginner level, I'd say try and figure out something that you want to look into further. Are you interested in kitchen witchcraft or herbalism? Do you want to look into more ceremonial magic or deities? You could look into planetary magic or elementals or spirits. And then it's a case of finding resources that align with what it is that you want to research. You get to a point in your practice where beginner books are just not going to cut it anymore because they're just too simplistic. And past that point, you really are getting very specific. So I'd say take a look at the kinds of practices that you might be interested in, and then find a book that deep dives into that subject, and then it should hopefully give you a stepping stone in a way to kind of dive into a deeper, more meaningful practice. And then the best piece of advice I can probably give is to look at bibliographies in books. If you find a book, actually, I'll use this one for an example because it's right next to me. Let's see if this has a bibliography. Ideally, it should have a bibliography, I would hope. If it doesn't, I'm a little bit alarmed. I haven't actually checked. But the bibliographies are super duper useful in books. So like it has a few here. These are related titles at the back of this book. Most books will have a bibliography or a related book section. And if you really like the content of one book, you might want to figure out what their resources were, their references, try and find other books on the subject. And if you head to the back of any decent book, it usually will have a bibliography list. And then if you find a book that you really like, you can look at the bibliography list and you can find hundreds of other books that are maybe of interest to you as well. And then you have loads more stuff to read. This is how I get like 95% of my books is I will get one and then I'll go straight to the bibliography and I'll read down it and then I'll buy like half of those books because I have a problem with buying books. But it is useful doing that because then you get books that author has found really useful. So if you like the stuff the author does, you know where they get their inspiration and some more of the specific material from. Have you found a best way for you to connect with spirit? So I'm going to ask really briefly on this one before I give any kind of answers. Do you mean spirit as in the element that is often found spoken about within Wiccan tradition, the earth, air, fire, water spirit? Or do you mean spirits as in spiritual beings? Because obviously there's two very different answers in there. So let me know, and I will see what I can do about that. Should I be careful before doing my first spell? Should I know something specific before doing it, or just throw myself into it? Oh, that makes my stomach go. Throw yourself into it. Don't throw yourself into it. I know that some people really like the trial and error. If something goes wrong, I'll come to it when it happens. I don't like that approach. If you hadn't noticed, I'm a bit of a wuss. Ideally, you should always be careful before doing any spell. Any and every, even if it's your first or your 100th, I would always recommend being careful. And the things you should know is ideally you're going to want to know what it is that you're doing, as in like what plan do you have for that working. You want to know what your goal is for that working. Ideally have some kind of time frame that you're going to want it to manifest within. You're going to want to know what you're using for that working and ideally why you're using it. Because if you're using items in a spell but you don't understand why you're using them, you may as well not bother using them because you don't know why you're using those items. You're also going to want to know how to protect yourself and also know how to control and manipulate your energy. Because if you can't do that, you are likely not going to get much of a result because you're going to need to be putting that into that working. I personally am not much for the just throw yourself into it and hope for the best approach, mainly because I've seen way too many beginners get themselves hurt by doing that. This is not designed to scare anyone for reference. I just think a suitable level of caution is always important. You don't need to go overboard, but just like a suitable level of precaution is always good. How often would you recommend practicing? Whenever you feel the need to. Is about as simple as I can get, because I only practice when I absolutely need to. So I did a working last week. It wasn't a super intense ritual. It was just a very simplistic working that I did last week. And that's the first time I've needed to do a working for myself in about 10 months. And I think it's going to vary depending on the type of tradition that you are a part of, as well as the cultural significance of it, because there's some traditions out there that will require you to be doing workings once a week on a specific day, or they'll require you to be doing ancestor work every Sunday, for instance. But in my tradition, which is very much a British folk magic tradition, you only really do workings when you need to do them. And I've also found that the more into the practice you get, the less willing you are to do workings. I've met beginners who will do a working 4 times a day, and then I've met 70, 80, 90-year-old practitioners who will do a working once a decade, whenever they need to. So it's definitely going to vary. For me, I only do workings when I absolutely need to, but I do also think it's important to remember here that I've already gone through the time of learning how to energy manipulate, learn how to energy sense, learn how to visualize. I've already done all of that. So for me, I only need to practice my magical system when I actually need to use it. Whereas if you are just getting started and you are struggling with, say, visualization or energy sensing, that's the kind of thing that it's good to do every week or so to kind of maintain it. But you get to a point where you just don't really need to do that anymore. So for me, I really only practice when I absolutely need to. Energy just is. I love that. I'm glad you love that, because I'm not sure what I was saying on that first question. I mean, I do and I don't. I never know how to simplify energy, because energy is about as simplified as I can ever get. Do you believe in reincarnation and past lives? If so, what is your take on spirits of the deceased that linger for exceptionally long periods of time? I do believe in reincarnation. Now, my experience with spirits, and by this I mean spirits of people who've died, is generally they fall under 2 categories. Either they don't realise that they're dead, so usually that occurs if they've died in sudden circumstances, or they've been a part of an accident. So the most common ghost that you'll actually hear people say or talking about is a woman on the stairs. I think anyone who likes ghost hunting, ghost shows, or they have experience with spirits will recognise this figure. We see it a lot in houses, particularly old houses. You'll often find that people will say that they've seen a spirit of a woman walking down the stairs, usually in white. And this is very common because stairs used to be so steep. They were not built as they are built now, where it's safe for you to walk up and down them quite easily. Stairs, mine is like this. My stairs are they're like this. It's real. They're really dangerous because this is an old house. And so you would often find that maids and people who would work in the house would fall down the stairs and it would end in disaster. So I found that a lot of spirits, a lot of ghosts, are actually people who have died really suddenly and they don't realise that they're gone. So you'll see ghosts doing the same routine every day. They'll walk through the same rooms in the same order, and they'll do their daily routine every day because they don't realise that they're gone, which is going to stop anything afterwards from happening if they don't even realise that they're gone. And the second are people that have died in really tragic circumstances. You'll often find that their energy is tied to the space as well. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, I'm never going to be able to say that. La Conisadera. Conisadera? La Conisadera. I probably said that wrong. Thank you so much. I do apologise if I butchered that name completely. So yeah, I often find that the spirits that are around the most are the 2 that either so much trauma that they don't want to leave the space, they have unfinished business, or they don't realise that they're gone, which is usually the kind of spirit that I interact with, are those that don't realise that they've actually gone, and so they'll repeat the same pattern. And if you watch enough ghost shows, you'll see this as well. You'll see mediums talking about this, and I know mediums personally that talk about this. A lot of the spirits that they will interact with in homes are simply people who are just going about their day-to-day lives because they don't know any different and they don't realise that they don't need to do it anymore. I got the Big Blue Book. Oh, actually, It's right here. Do you remember when I said I have a book problem? Now you know it's true. I just pulled the big blue book off the back of my sofa. You know, just casually as you do. And I'm really enjoying it, though I'm only on lesson 3. I'm just going to scroll to lesson 3. Here we go, lesson 3. I was wondering what you thought of the book. I'm interested. I haven't read this in a very long time. Let me have a look. You've got the Horned Helmet, you've got the runes, you've got the Theban alphabet. The one thing I will say about this book, right, and I'll go more into it in a minute, but at the end of every chapter, where's the end of the chapter? Here we go. At the end of every chapter, they have these where they're like lesson 4 questions, for instance, and it asks you, like, for instance, this is how did you prepare yourself for initiation? And you can, like, note it down. So then at a later date, when you find the book in 10 years, you can see your answers. And you know that I love that kind of shit. And this one is, if you are joining an existing coven, describe the members, priests and priestesses, the goals of that coven and why you're joining it. And it gets you to think about everything. I love books that get you to think about why you're doing the things that you're doing. Like, if the answer to why you're joining this coven is because I want to, that's probably not a good enough answer. Anyway, the book itself has a lot of really good information in it. However, it is a Wiccan-based book. And so if you are not interested in Wiccan witchcraft, you're going to have to read around it. So I have this book. I read this a long time ago. This is a new copy of it, actually. I got this for Christmas last year. I think Paul Hellfriendly might have got this for me last year. And I have not had a copy of this in a very long time, like in over a decade. I've not had a copy of this. And looking back on it, it is very Wiccan focused. However, within that information is a lot of really good fundamental stuff for practicing witchcraft, as long as you're willing to read around the Wicca. If you are interested in Wiccan witchcraft, however, it's a really good book, though please know it is written of a time. You know, it's one of those books that is very, the wording and the language is a little bit dated now, and it isn't as inclusive as we maybe would like it to be. So that's just another thing to look out for when you are reading it. But if you have been looking at it, it is a really decent book. And there's lots of people that I know, even today, that still will recommend this book as a beginner witchcraft book. Now, I don't think this appeared in my recommended beginner witchcraft books because it is Wiccan based. However, I probably would include it in a beginner Wiccan witchcraft book series. Like, if I was going to do that video, if you would like to see me do a beginner Wiccan witchcraft book video, let me know. I don't know whether that's the kind of thing that people want to see, but anyway, it's a decent book. You're just going to have to read around some Wiccan aspects if that's not what you're interested in. And now this book can go back on the back of my sofa, where it will likely stay for the next 3 to 4 business days. Actually, scrap that. 3 to 4 business weeks. Is there anyone whom you've lost that you would like to chat with, but for whatever reason cannot? And can you tell us about it? There's several people that I've lost that I would love to be able to chat with. But it's that balancing act of not all spirits want to interact with you. You know, some spirits want to move on, and it's their right to be able to do so, and I never want to be the person that holds them back, you know? So for me, I will interact with some people occasionally. You know, I get the perfume because I'm a bloodhound. I actually, I have the most ridiculous sense of smell. It's ridiculous. And I get fragrances a lot if they are passing through, but I don't want to hold anyone to one place, you know. I just let them go where they want to go, and if they want to interact with me, then fantastic. Do you need to do a protection circle every time you do a spell? No. But it's going to depend on circumstances, and it's also going to depend on your tradition. Some traditions do dictate that circle castings should be done every time you cast a spell. And even for divination, some traditions will say you need to do a protection circle or a circle casting. And so if that's part of your tradition, then I would say you should probably follow it. However, if you're not part of a tradition that requires you to do circle castings or protections before every single spell, it's just a judgment call. I would always recommend that you wear protection anyway. I have it in jewelry, I do that a lot, and I will always wear protection on myself. But sometimes I don't need a protection circle in that space. So for instance, if I'm doing tarot readings, I usually won't have a circle up, because if any spirits do want to interact with me, I know that in order to be in my space, they have to have my best interests at heart. So any spirit that's in my house, I know that if it's going to interact with that working or that reading, it's going to be for a good reason or an important reason. Whereas if you don't have protections on your house, you don't have any protections around yourself, and you're doing a very specific working and you don't want it to be influenced by a spirit, then it could be worth doing a protection circle. So it's very much you don't need to, but it's going to be a working by working basis. So if you're planning on calling in ancestors or spirits, you're not necessarily going to want a protection circle up, because it's going to limit the interactions that you can have. However, if you want a very protected spell, you don't want any influence on it, then it could be worth doing it. I swear, I get hiccups every single time I do a live stream. Every single time I do a live stream, it's just one of those things. Oh, this is kind of a similar. Wait, is this a similar? This is a similar but different question. So I'll answer this one now. Is it important to have a protection circle while working with spirits? Now, this is a really interesting one. So, when you do a protection circle, you kind of have a couple of options going into it. You can have a protection circle that blocks out all spirits. You can have a protection circle where you can allow spirits into that space that you want to be in that space, and then you can push them out again if you feel the need to. However, if you're a beginner, it's way harder to create a partial circle than it is to create a full circle. So I would say, if you're planning on working with spirits, go with personal protections on the space, so that you're making sure that the only spirits that can enter are ones that you actually want to work with. And then do your working without doing that protection circle. But if you're doing a working in a space where it's unprotected, it's worth doing a protection circle. It is just a little bit harder to have that control, to have a partially completed circle if you are just getting started. So that's just something that you can build up with time and with practice as well. Can you make a video about Halloween and how the veil between the physical and the spiritual realm is thinnest and what we should do? I have. It's called Samhain, What It Is and How to Celebrate, and I do believe it's still on the channel. As far as I'm aware, it's one of the earliest videos I did, so brace yourself. I don't look human in that video. I was not used to being on camera. I was not used to getting ready for videos. I don't look human in any of my early videos. But I think it's just called Samhain, What It Is and How to Celebrate, something like that. Can Slavic paganism be combined with Wicca? I am not certain, mainly because Wicca is a very specific religion, and it depends on which form of Wicca you are practicing or thinking of practicing, because obviously now there's different forms. The traditional British Wicca, such as Gardenian and Alexandrian and things like that, have very specific guidelines and structures. And whether that can be incorporated with another religion like Slavic paganism, I'm not certain, because I don't know enough about Slavic paganism. So it's a case of taking a look at the teachings and the practice of both traditions and seeing if you can comfortably combine them in a way that isn't going to limit both of them, and just play around with it a little bit. Unfortunately, I don't know the answer fully to that because I don't know enough about Slavic paganism. Have you ever went paranormal hunting? I have never purposefully done that. It is something that I'm really tempted to do. I was only looking a few months ago at EMF meters and ghost boxes and those kind of things, because I'm really interested to see if the experiences I have, just as someone who has a lot of interactions with spirits, I'm really interested if, say, Hellfriendly, some of you will know Hellfriendly, whether he is able to see those experiences or hear those experiences on something like a the noise box things, you know, they go and they're horrible. And is it Shane from the BuzzFeed paranormal show? He hates them. Anyway, that was off topic. I'm really interested to see if there is that kind of, we can have that kind of collective experience. If I can say, oh, I can hear this, and if it actually comes up on devices, that would be really cool. And I'm really interested to see how that kind of works together. Because obviously you have, say, psychic mediums on shows and stuff, but they never really show how they correlate between like the technical items and experiences. I just think that would be really cool. That would be really, really cool. Have you seen Strange Angel? I haven't. No. I don't actually know what it is. Oh, it's gonna jump. It's not jumped, but I can tell it's gonna. I can tell it's gonna, and it hasn't. Is it gonna? Why hasn't it jumped? Oh, it's jumping slowly. It's jumping with lag. Okay. I think that just perfectly sums up today, doesn't it? My chat just jumped with lag. Okay. I gotta scroll back up now to where I was. I'm not really sure where I was. I actually don't know where. Oh my goodness, I'm a lot further back than I thought I was. I really hope I haven't lost anything. Oh, I came so close to losing some. I haven't. Okay. Whew. I can't find much of stuff on force of will magic. So force of will magic is just how I use it to describe it to you guys, because it's simply an easier way of doing it. It's a form of magic that requires no tools and no items. Essentially, it's the working of energy and directing it towards your goals. It's kind of a cross between manifestation and witchcraft, because you're using teachings and practices was what I was aiming for from witchcraft, such as the use of energy, controlling your energy, grounding, drawing it from the earth, drawing it from the elements and the items and the objects around you, and then directing it out into the greater world so that it can bring back a magical response. So it's essentially witchcraft without tools. And so it's not often spoken about, because the one thing beginner witchcraft books and witchcraft books in general really like to tell you is that you need 1,000,001 items, and you definitely don't. So force of will magic is simply the way I use to describe it. I think I'm going to have to think back. It's been a while since I read it. I think the book Psychic Witch talks a lot about energy work, and that might have some information in that, but obviously that's off the top of my head. Where actually is Psychic Witch? Did I give it to my mum? I think I might have given Psychic Witch to my mum to read, so I can't look it up right now. But essentially it's energy work. So it's one of the most simplistic forms of witchcraft, because instead of using objects and items, you're using your own energy, the energy of the earth, the energy of things around you. You are drawing it together, adding in your intention, and then directing it towards your goal. And usually force of will magic is the most basic form of witchcraft. It's often what people will do naturally without realizing that they're doing it, which is where the crossover comes between manifestation and witchcraft. It kind of, it bridges that gap a little bit. So you'll often find that it's spoken about very briefly in books, but books such as Psychic Witch have a lot of the energy work in it that will help you undertake that kind of style of magic. What are ley lines? Ley lines are, I'm going to try and explain this in the best way I can. I've got such bad, I always get hiccups when I come on a live stream. Is that a thing? It's become a thing. It's a bit like the Winnie the Pooh theme song. Theme song? Theme song, okay. Apparently I've developed a lisp during this live stream as well. Theme song? Okay. So ley lines are essentially energy lines that are all around the world. So you can actually Google them and you will find whole maps showing ley lines as they cross the world. And typically you will find that sites of great significance, such as the Tor, such as Stonehenge, they'll often have at least two ley lines intersecting one another. Sometimes they might have 3, sometimes they might have 4 if they're lucky. And these are found in literature all around the world. So I think they were referred to as dragon lines, dragon paths in East Asia. And also sometimes you'll find that spoken about in Welsh literature as well, because Wales is big on the dragons as well. And they're found everywhere. And it's so cool. And I looked into them very briefly about 10 years ago, which is where I'm dragging all of this information from, so I apologise if it's not 100% accurate. I really do need to do some more information on ley lines and like learn more about them, because they're really, really interesting, but there's loads of information out there, and you'll often find people using dowsing rods. So they're essentially these 2 bent copper rods that you hold in front of you, and they will cross when you go over energy points, and they're often used for finding ley lines today, as well as water and other things as well. So yeah, really interesting topic. I 100% need to do more research about it. I recently got a bottle of mandrake oil. Have you got any recommendations on how and where to use it? Oh, I do not know. And I would say definitely 1,000,000% make sure that you know dosage and you know your precautions first. I was listening to a podcast earlier. What was I listening to? Oh, I forgot what the guy's name was. What was his name? There's 2 books that I can think of on this subject. One of them is called the Beneficium. Now, I have actually tried to purchase Beneficium today, and it's out of stock everywhere. So I'll have to see if I can get a copy of that if you would like to know more about the poison path or using plants of maybe more negative interaction in your workings. I can always do a video on that. I'm just gonna have to try and get this book, and currently it's out of stock basically everywhere. So you've got Beneficium, which is probably one of the most well-known books that covers plants such as the mandrake, and there's a new book coming out. I literally listened to this guy's podcast like 4 hours ago, and it's called the Poison Path Herbarium. Poison Path Herbarium. It's coming out on the 5th of October, and this book lists out like the different types of plants such as mandrake and how to use them and how to safely use them and what not to do. And especially when you're using things like mandrake, 100% I would recommend going to a herbalist or learning about the interactions of a plant such as mandrake before you start using it, just in case. Because if you haven't noticed, I'm kind of paranoid. I'm paranoid about this stuff. I don't want anyone hurting themselves on it. Is being an artist part of witchcraft? I mean, it doesn't have to be, but it can be. You know, it's a bit like you can be musical and practice witchcraft, but you don't have to be musical to practice witchcraft. You can incorporate art within your witchcraft, but you don't have to. It's one of those where it's kind of give or take. Have you ever worked with angels in the past, or do you have any tips? I haven't personally worked with angels in the past. I've been to people who've worked with angels in the past and had readings done. I had a really amazing reading done by this couple who live in the Isle of Wight. They're amazing. I'll have to talk about the really cool people I've met along the way at some point as well, and like tell you where you can meet them and talk to them and stuff like that, because some people are really cool. And he did a reading on me, and he spoke a little bit about angels. Now, I've never been much for looking into angels personally. It's just not really my thing. It's cool if that's your thing. It's just not really something I've ever dived into. So maybe I should give it a look-see. I've never really thought about doing it, but maybe that's something I should do. Have you ever considered doing a podcast? That's all I'm going to say on the subject. I'm sure you can figure out that I've got something I'm plotting, I'm creating, maybe. We'll see. We will see. What are your views on curses, and what are your views on curses, and if we do them, how to avoid any harm to us? I personally am fine with people doing curses. I know some people don't like it, but because of the type of practice that I follow, it is a twofold path that I follow. You can curse and you can cure. It goes both ways for me. So for me, I'm fine with doing it as a last resort. I am never, ever going to do a curse as the first thing I try, ever. And I would also not suggest anyone else do it either. It's always better to find another option because it limits stuff coming back to us as well. You know, self-preservation comes in here. If you can find another way, I would find it. There are ways of doing it where things aren't going to come back the same. It's always important, once again, to make sure that you have your protections always, to make sure that you are doing it for all of the right reasons. If you're doing it just because you're bitter and angry for those 2 minutes, it's not worth doing it. So always make sure that you think everything through. Mirrors are a fantastic tool. If you can do workings on mirrors, even better, because mirrors help to reflect the working around. And it also limits how people can see you as well. So you can do workings where you can figure out who has done that spell, and you often will see the face of the person doing that working. However, if you are using a mirror, oftentimes the face of the person trying to figure it out is reflected back at them again, which is really useful if you are doing, especially candle workings for that purpose, can be really useful as well. But the thing with it is if you're going to be doing curses, you have to be prepared to get some shit back. And I think a lot of people don't want to admit that, and they don't want to think about it. They just want to throw energy around and not have anything ever touch them. And the problem is that that's just not how it works. You know, if you're going to be doing something like a curse, you have to be prepared for some shit to come back on you. And that's why curses are primarily done as a last resort, because they can get messy. They can get messy, and I'm going to admit that they get messy because they do. So it's one of those where last resort, if you have to do it, you have to do it. And sometimes you just have to get your hands dirty. Have you ever experienced shadow spirits? Oh, yeah, I refer to them as shades. I don't know if that's a location thing. Here, I've always known them be referred to as shades, but shadow spirits, shadow people, I've also heard as well. What's your take on them? My daughter said that she saw one here last night, but I've never felt any ill wish from any spirits in my house. I have noticed a lot of people shit on shades. And I guess personal experience comes into that. I'm not going to be the one to say that someone's personal experience isn't valid, because it is. It's their experience, it's not mine. My experience, however, I have never once had a bad experience with a shade. Shades were the first spirits I ever saw. So ever since I was a kid, I've seen shades, shadow men, shadow people, whatever you want to refer to it as. And they're also known as watchers. That's how I used to hear people refer to them as. Particularly older members of the community would always call them watchers. And I've had a similar experience with them. I've never had any negativity from a shade whatsoever. They just like to observe. And whether here in England, living in Wales, same experience. They just like observing people. But if you get too close to them, they'll just run away. And maybe it's different around the world. I'm not quite sure. But that's my experience with them. I've never had anything malicious off a shade ever. I'd love to know if anyone out there has had any negative experience with shades, if they've all been positive. What are your experiences with them? Because obviously I'm not going to speak for every person who's ever had an experience with a shade. But my experiences have always been very positive. So if you aren't feeling any ill will, typically shades will just observe and then they will just leave when they're ready to leave. If you do feel uncomfortable, you can push them out of a property. But generally speaking, I don't think I've ever had to do that. I think I had a shade living, it was at my parents' house. How old was I when I first saw it? Maybe 4? Something like that. And it was still there till I was 17. How long's that? 13 years? Never once had a problem with it, ever. And it might be individual shade to individual shade, but if you aren't getting any ill will off it, then it could be worth just leaving it and seeing how things progress. I really hope this doesn't crash. Okay, it's having a little bit of issues for a minute. So I'm just really hoping that this is going to come back in a minute. Yeah, okay. I really, really hope. Can you guys tell me if you can still hear and see me? It's coming up with this little banner that says that it's struggling right now. And I would love to know if you can still hear and see me. Because I'm a little bit worried. I'm a little concerned. I shall keep going anyway, and let's just hope that everything is fine. I'm just going to hope that everything is fine. Do you have any recommendations for books related to wind magic or weather-related spells? So, I've never found many books on weather magic that are very useful, honestly. However, there are a series of books that are coming out, and it's not wind magic specifically because it's too niche of a topic, it's just too small. However, there is a book on air magic. Now, I think it might be in the other room, but it's a collection of books. One's called Fire Magic, Air Magic, Water Magic, and Earth Magic, and they're all kind of a collaborative thing that's done by multiple different authors. And yeah, it's lagging. It's not you that's lagging, it's me. My internet provider has nerfed my internet connection, and so I'm still trying to get it working. This is connected to my Ethernet cable though, so I can't get any better than this. So hopefully it's back. Come on. I'm hoping that it's going to be okay for me to continue. I'm just going to have to keep checking up on it. It's not your internet, it's mine, sadly. My internet provider has killed my internet connection. You know I'm going full Karen on them tomorrow, because they've done this to me one too many times now. I'm hoping that it's going to come back again in a minute. It seems a little bit better on my end, a little bit. So hopefully it will start being fine. Right, I'm just going to keep going, and I'm just going to hope that it fixes itself. Otherwise, I'm going to be sat here for ages. So where was I? Oh yeah, so they've done a series of books on each of the elements, and the air magic book might be something that includes some topics that you might be interested in. Obviously, though, I've not read the book myself at the minute. I don't know if it's even out yet. It might be a pre-order, so I would definitely check it out and see if it's something that you're interested in. I'm not sure I said thank you to Michael. Thank you so much. Thank you, I really, really appreciate it. Okay, let me check if this is working any better. Just pretend it's a podcast. Yeah, just pretend it's a podcast. I'm guessing it's just because it's like 8 o'clock and loads of people are just turning on Netflix, and it will hopefully fix itself. You wouldn't think that I am paying for one of the most expensive internet packages in the country, would you? No, you wouldn't. Right. Yeah, you just get to see a freeze frame of me pulling a stupid face. That's usually how it always freezes on me doing something really stupid. What is the biggest piece of advice you would give to a beginner witch? I've been in research mode for weeks and feel like there's still so much to learn before I start my practice. And actually, I think you've summed up exactly what I would typically say to a beginner witch is don't run before you can walk. I have seen so many beginners get themselves into a difficult situation, and then they reach out to one of the more advanced people that they know to get themselves out of it, and they never learn from their mistakes. And that's kind of the biggest thing is don't try to do something if you don't know how to get yourself out of it. And also, if you do make a mistake, learn from it. Because I've met some people who will make the same mistake 50,000 times and they'll never learn from it and they never get anywhere. So if you do make a mistake, don't beat yourself up over it, but just make sure that you learn from it and you don't make the same mistake again. And that's really the best way to kind of progress forwards. Right. It's now saying that my internet is back properly, but the stream is still a little bit laggy. So I'm going to work on the principle that it's going to be a little bit delayed fixing the stream. So hopefully that works. Do you believe in mermaids? I believe in mermaid spirits. I don't believe in physical mermaids living in the North Atlantic Ocean. But mermaid spirits are something that's been documented for a very, very long time, cultural wide, really. They're found almost everywhere. Anywhere that has access to water really has mythology of mermaids, not mermaids, mermaids. And so spiritually, yes. Physically, no. How can you tell if you have a hex on you? So typically it's a combination of things all going wrong in a way that is targeted. So by this, I mean, if you've, stood in dog shit, or you've dropped your pen in the bin, or you accidentally spilled yogurt all over the floor, I wouldn't say that constitutes a hex. Because some people will think that every bad thing that happens to them is a hex or a curse or a jinx or, whatever else it might be. Typically, you'll find that there's a certain area of your life that just keeps fucking up. So this could be that you walk in one day to find that your office computer isn't working, and you chalk that up to just being a bit of a bad day. And then you realize that you've lost some of your hours at work and they didn't tell you in advance, and now you're struggling to make ends meet. And then you find that you've actually been demoted and you're in worse pay with fewer hours. And then you apply for a new job and they never bother to get back to you. And then you apply to a new job and they think about it and then they never get back to you. And if you start having these bad things happening around a particular aspect of your life, like work or money, something specific, then you might find that it is negative energy that's attached onto you. Oh, it's come back again. Fantastic. I think it's just very laggy, so when my streaming software says it's good, it hasn't transferred it to YouTube yet, so yeah. So typically, it's usually when you have a lot of misfortune happening around a particular aspect of your life, and it's constant, it doesn't go away. So it's important to remember that with good luck, it's a pendulum. So if it swings your way, it's also going to swing the other way as well. So everyone has periods of good and bad luck. But when you're having everything go wrong in that particular aspect of your life, I mean like your marriage breaks down, you've got a terrible divorce going on, everything has gone wrong, you've lost the house, the kids aren't with you anymore, and then you try to get yourself back together again, and when you load up a dating app, your phone breaks, and when you go on a date with someone, it turns out they're a serial killer. I'm talking like this kind of level of bad shit. Then it could be worth thinking, okay, actually, I might need to be doing something about this. I might need to be doing some kind of cleansing. I need to be sending this stuff back again. I just need to make sure that I've got a clean slate. Because I've met so many people who every bad thing that has ever happened to them, they will say it as a curse. Even if it's something that they've caused themselves, they will still say that it's a curse. So for instance, if they hit a curb on their bike and fell off, they will say that someone is out to get them, when in reality they're just bad at riding a bike. So I think it's just really important to make sure that you kind of draw that distinction of sometimes bad luck just happens. It's when it's in massive collections that it might be a problem. Have you watched Marvel Runaways? The one with the actor who actually played... Oh yeah, Spike. I've seen a few episodes. It is episodes, isn't it? I haven't seen it all. I've seen a few of them. I kind of got bored. Though, to be fair, that's not my opinion on the show. That's probably just because I had a lot of stuff going on. But... Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ba ba da ba ba da ba. Have you learned how to do readings with normal playing cards? And if so, do you have any book recommendations? I've never learned how to do it, and I don't actually know of that many books on the subject. If you're going to find any, you might find them under the term cartomancy. I think it's cartomancy. I think that's right. And that's just divination with cards. So in that style of book, you're going to probably find topics that cover oracle cards and Lenormand and tarot and standard playing cards. I'm sure there are books and resources out there, it's just I've never really bothered to look at them because I typically will use my tarot and oracle cards. Also curious if I can make a circular rug into a long-term protection circle. I use a power wheelchair, so doing the lesser banishing rite of the pentagram is a bit challenging. I need one hand to operate the controller for movement. I'm trying to get my words out too quickly. Okay, first answer, no. Second answer, there's other options. Okay, so if you want a permanent protection circle, it's going to take a whole lot of energy all of the time. It's going to be draining. It's not worth doing. However, you don't need to be doing the lesser banishing rite of the pentagram every time you want to be doing something. You also don't need to be actually moving around the circle. You can simply do an energy circle, and if you have a circular rug, you can use it as a visual aid for seeing where the edge of that circle is. So I have a full video on doing an energy circle casting. It's the technique I've used for like 12 years. I thoroughly recommend it if you don't want to be moving around a lot. It's great for people who have mobility issues. It's essentially the gathering of energy up, the adding your intention into it, and then the pushing it out mentally into a spherical space that you can do your workings in. It's so much more convenient than trying to open and close a circle using a particular technique, which can be really difficult for people with mobility issues. So if you haven't tried it already, I would definitely say it's worth checking out because it saves all of the faff of having to move around in circles, which is just really difficult and uncomfortable for a lot of people. Can brownies live in buildings or apartments? Yeah, I mean, brownies are house fairies, so yes. Brownies, more often than not, reside within homes. You will find a few that are not in homes, but typically they prefer being warm. And honestly, I don't blame them. I really don't blame them. Are they visible? That depends. Fairies are able to choose whether they are visible or not to certain individuals. So you'll often find that if you are friendly with a particular brownie, they may let you see them sometimes, but not all the time. Some brownies are not going to want you to see them ever, and some people are able to see them even when they choose not to be seen because they are just good at that kind of thing. If you're able to see spirits, you're likely going to be able to see brownies as well. Up. Thank you so much, Danny. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. I had a dream that an old man was yelling at me that I'm a Mesopotamian witch. What are your thoughts on that? Unless it happens repeatedly, I wouldn't really put much stock in it. If it makes you feel any better, I had a dream last night where I was in a post-apocalyptic, desolate wasteland, and I was running for my life away from living trees. So your brain does weird things when you're sleeping. So some dreams are going to have meanings, but sometimes it's just a dream. I would say if it happens repeatedly and the imagery comes up again and again and again, then take note of it. But sometimes dreams are just dreams, and especially if you've been looking into witchcraft and it's something that you're interested in, it is going to influence what you're seeing in your dreams simply because it's what your brain has been focusing on most recently. So I made a tremendous mistake of watching The Magicians last night, and so my dreams were really weird. And that happens quite a lot. So I find repetition is really key when it comes to dream interpretation. The strange noise is back again. Have you read Mystic Dylan's book about candle magic? I haven't yet, but I have ordered both of the books, so I'm going to be excited to see what they're like, because you know me, I like Mystic Dylan. So I'm going to be really interested to see how the books are, and I've heard so many good things about them, so I'm really excited to check them out. What are some more advanced book recommendations? I would like to read more of those, but I find that many are written in hard to read academic language. That is unfortunately something that tends to happen. Beginner witchcraft books are as mean as it might be to say, they're dumbed down books on occultism. That's what they are. So beginner witchcraft books are so popular because they're accessible, they're easy to read by everyone, and they're very childlike in a way, which is why a lot of young teenagers get really interested in beginner witchcraft books, because they're very easy to read. As soon as you get into more advanced texts, older texts, it's a little bit unavoidable that you end up with very academic writing, especially if you're looking at texts from the mid-1800s. Really, the only people that were permitted to write books were men in academics, and so you'll often find the books are very men in academic styled. And it's just one of those things. There's some books written by authors in certain fields. So Ray Beth is a good example of this. Really good for looking into Wick and hedge witchcraft. But it's not going to be for everyone. You know, some topics like ceremonial magic are primarily written by men who were academics. And so it's sadly a part of the problem a little bit when it comes to reading about academics. I mean, I don't mind too much, but that's maybe because I'm used to the style a little bit more. But it really all depends on the type of advanced practice that you want. You know, there's no one type of advanced practice. You know, everything is very individual, and within certain fields like ceremonial magic, planetary magic, numerology, what else are we looking at here? I'm trying to think of another topic that's going to be very, very academic based, and my brain is going to mush. That kind of topic is going to have very academic writing style. It's very difficult to read. Some books on, say, folk magics are going to be hard to read in a different way because they're written in a very old-fashioned style of writing. So every form of advanced practice is going to have its own difficulties and its own problems. Thank you so, so much, Sarah. Thank you so much. Oh, everyone's so nice today. Everyone's always so nice, though, so I say that every time, but everyone's always nice. Can you make your own tarot spreads? Yes. Where do you think tarot spreads come from? Someone made them. They're very popular on Tumblr, even now. I never really bother, I'll be honest. I use the same spread every time. I use a 3-card spread, and I'll just read them as it is. You'll find that different readers will have different styles. Some will change from different spread to different spread, depending on the type of reading that they're doing. Other people will just throw cards at the table and read them. That's me. That's my style. I will just chuck some cards down on the table and read them. And so you can make your own spreads. I find, though, don't put too much stock in making tarot spreads. The most important thing when it comes to reading tarot cards is being able to read the tarot cards. I've met so many people who put so much stock into the spreads that they don't actually know how to read the cards, and it really throws off the readings. Any book on magic that would be good for men. Any book on magic, basically. I mean, witchcraft is gender neutral. It doesn't matter who you are. Anyone can practice magic. It's just a case of adapting the workings to suit you and what you need. So I'd say most books. I mean, there's very few books out there, especially in the witchcraft department, because a lot of the older books on occultism and witchcraft are written by men in the first place that wouldn't be good for men, really. But really, any book is good for anyone. It's just a case of adapting. There's never going to be a perfect book. You know, there's always going to be some tweaking and altering that you're going to need to do. I'm hoping that everything is still going to be okay, stream-wise. Hopefully. Let's see. What's something you're really interested? What is something you are really interested in researching at the moment, both witchy and not non-witchy? Well, at the minute, I am partway through Blood and Bones, which is a really good book. I mean, I'm going to be doing I'm planning on doing the video that you guys all suggested to me last time, which is like a quarterly book review where I just talk about the books I've read that quarter, even if I haven't finished them yet, like what I think of them so far. So it's going to be in that video. So I've been reading that. I'll be honest though, most of the books I've been reading are for a secret project that I'm hoping is going to be out in the next couple months. I was aiming for it to come out the start of October, but I'll be honest, I've not had the work ethic for it, and I'm not even halfway through yet, and it's the end of September. So we're looking maybe end of October earliest. That's what I've mostly been researching, and I'm sorry to keep it vague, but I'm so excited about it, and you will get an update video soon. Are there any prices to pay when doing spells? Time, effort, and the amount of years you've taken researching. I've had some people quote to me, once upon a time, every bit of magic has a price, or magic has a price. I've never once actually experienced that in the real world ever. It takes effort though to do spells. It's not something that's super easy. Even if it might feel easy, you are paying for that in your time, in your energy, in effort, in supplies, and simply in the amount of time that you spend researching that, which for some of us is a good chunk of our lives. And that's really what goes behind the workings. That's what you're paying for them with, is the amount of energy and the time and effort that goes into them. Question: do you trust books more than your intuition? That's a really good question. I tend to trust my own intuition, mainly because my intuition is tried and true for me. My gut feeling tends to be right most of the time. Now, that doesn't mean that if an author has written that a certain plant works best for them, that they're wrong. It just means that for me, I know that that's not going to be the case. So I tend to come at it kind of twofold. I will read the book. While I'm reading it, I'll also be overlaying like, that wouldn't work so good for me, but that would work better. Oh, I like that technique, I might try it. So I tend to kind of merge the two together. But if it comes down to it, I will trust my gut over a book. Typically, but that's because my gut is tried and tested, and I'm happy to follow it because I know that it's successful for me. You know, if you don't have that confidence, maybe stick with books and then add a little bit of your kind of gut feelings into it as you go along to do that trial and error bit. I told you the Winnie the Pooh theme song would be back, and it's back. I don't know why. I literally haven't watched Winnie the Pooh in like a decade. Well, no, more than a decade. Since like the 90s. What is happening? Do you have to worship a deity to work with one? No, not at all. You'll find that most pagan traditions, those being traditions that fall outside of Abrahamic faiths, do not involve deity worship as you would see within, say, Christianity. A lot of people who are spiritual, a lot of people who maybe work with deities, a lot of traditions who work with deities, is more of working alongside instead of kissing the feet of in that form of worship, if that makes sense. So it's about respect, but it's not about... Kissing the feet seems like a really mean way of saying it, but I hope you understand what I mean. In a lot of very strict religions, say like Christianity, God is something that you are beneath. Whereas within a lot of spiritual traditions, in a way, deities are worked with in a similar way that we would work with spirits. So for instance, I don't worship Caradwen, I work with. And it's a give and take relationship. So I don't beg her for assistance and she might give it to me. Instead, I will offer her something in return if we choose to work together. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm hoping that that makes sense. Is it okay to not follow any tradition? I find many things that work for me, but they don't follow any of the witch practices I found in research completely. Being eclectic is a fantastic way to be. So many people are eclectic unless a particular tradition is called out to you. You know, as long as you're being careful with how you're doing it, it's a really valid path to have. How do you know if energy manipulation is working or if your mind is being biased? Practice and trusting yourself is about as good as I can get on this one. It's one of those things where when you know that you're doing it, you know that you're doing it. And when you've had success from doing it, you know you've had success from doing it. And if you can, I would recommend doing some practices with other people as well. My ass is numb. I'm going to move a little bit. Apologies if this is not the best placement for me anymore in shot, but I have lost feeling in my entire left leg. So, Oh, what is this? Just before we continue. Thank you so much. I am... names. Desideratum. Yes? I hope. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So, the technique that we did in the Coven group environment that I was a part of was really useful. You don't need many people, you just need one other person. And you can do it with a much larger group, which is what we did. But essentially what we did was one person was sitting in the chair, the other person was standing behind them. The person sitting in the chair was reading energy. The person standing behind the chair was the person giving the energy. So what you do is you put your hands either around their head or over their shoulders, and your goal is to make your energy as hot or as cold as you can. So this is by using visualization techniques. If you can't visualize, it's about talking yourself through that environment. So for me, when I'm thinking of a cold environment, I'm thinking blue, white, grey, ice, clear sky, nighttime. Like it's really cold and crisp. And you're pushing that out using your energy manipulation techniques into the other person. It's the other person's job to tell you whether they are feeling hot or cold. And you can go from, make it as random as you can. Don't just go hot, cold, make it random. Or if you can, use a coin flip or something to decide whether it's going to be hot or cold that time for you, but don't tell them. And then if it's going to be hot, for me, I always think of like volcanoes, I think of lava, I think of the inside of the earth, super hot, reds and browns and oranges. And do this over time, and then after you've done about 6, switch over and let the other person do it. So you are sensing the energy and they are giving the energy. And that's a really good technique of having an instantaneous response from another person. And if you only do this once or twice, sure, they can guess. But once you've been doing this and you're on like 12, 20 attempts at this, it's not, you can guess as much as you want, but you're never going to get it right all the time if you're just guessing. And it's a really good way of doing it. It gives you that kind of instantaneous, super quick responses to it that gives you that kind of confidence. Because I think that's what a lot of people are lacking, is confidence. My stream chat is like glitching like hell, so I'm really desperately hoping that you can all hear and see me and all of that jazz, because it's really struggling right now. So I'm just gonna keep going and hoping that everything is gonna be fine. I just have to hope that everything is gonna be fine. Is there a specific type of witchcraft that puppets are used in most often, or are they generally used all over? I found myself using them in my practices more and really enjoy it. I have found that they appear in most folk magics. Higher magic doesn't really incorporate them as frequently. You will still see them being used, but not quite to the same extent. But in England and Wales and Scotland and Ireland and in France and Western Europe, you'll find puppets being used a lot. Yes, I did just have to check which direction was which. Don't come for me. And you also see them in folk traditions around the world. And it's because they're very tangible, and I mean, even children understand what the shape of a human looks like. And so they are very useful objects that have been used for thousands of years, because it's a very physical way of representing another person. And it's a figure that's recognizable by almost everyone. You can show someone a figure of a person, it doesn't matter what their language is, they will know what it is. And so you'll often find that puppets are used in one form or another, usually with different names, all around the world in different folk magics, because it's just such a recognizable figure. Let me check the stream again. Is it okay? The chat is so laggy. It's so far behind. I'm just gonna have to hope that everything is fine. It's just one of those days. I'm gonna have to get the internet sorted to see if I can get this fixed, because I really need this fixed. Do you ever feel a need to protect yourself whilst using a pendulum? I never do, never have. I take pendulums out with me everywhere. I actually have one right here. This is my portable pendulum. Obviously, with the world being the way it is, I don't really feel the need to have it in a bag because then it would just be sitting in a bag. But this is the pendulum that I use when I'm going out everywhere. It is ruby in zoetite, this one is. And I never feel the need to do a protection circle with it, ever. Mainly because I'm confident in my own ability to sense the spirits around me and also to have my own personal protections on. I also never permit a spirit to interact physically with me. So I feel comfortable not using a protection circle. However, that isn't necessarily going to be the same for everyone. And so if you aren't comfortable doing it and knowing that your protections are strong, then it could be worth doing an extra level of protections if you are new to doing it and you aren't certain and confident yet. But as with everything, it's largely confidence that goes into it. And knowing and having that practice to know that you are going to be fine with it. I've got really, really bad hiccups. But I have not used a protection circle when using a pendulum for a long time now. I think I started off using protection circles mainly because my old pendulum, my original pendulum, hated me and hated everyone else. It just hated everything. It hated existence. So I felt the need to with that particular pendulum, but I don't with this one. What do you think about the Element Encyclopedia of Witchcraft? And how is the one with the spirits? Oh, where is it? I put it back. It's right there. I have the Element Encyclopedia of 5,000 Spells, which is at the far back. You can just kind of see it. I then have the Element Encyclopedia of Vampires, because I was obsessed with vampires when I was a teenager. I then have the Element Encyclopedia of Ghosts and Hauntings and the Element Encyclopedia of Magical Creatures. I don't have the Element Encyclopedia of Witchcraft. However, I do like the others. The one thing I will say is, depending on the author, there's a lot of Christian aspects added into that book. So I was doing a bit of research the other day on mining spirits. You'll see why in the future. And the number of times that it referenced demon imps in that was astonishing. And when you actually flick through the book, a lot of the other spiritual beings in that book are also very heavily seen through a Christian lens. And that's not necessarily a problem as long as you know it's there. I'm not sure if all of them are the same. It's mainly just the Element Encyclopedia of Magical Creatures that I found that in, so I suspect it's going to be an author-to-author thing. It's just worth checking, just to make sure. As long as you know it's there, you can read past it, but it might be there in some of the others as well. So I might have to check out that book, because I've had a lot of people asking me about it, and because I don't have it, I can't tell you if it's good or not. What are your thoughts on haunted dolls, toys, and taking them on? I really like them in a way of I like knowing that they're safe. There was a big craze on the internet, I'm gonna say 2014 to 2016-ish, of people being obsessed with haunted items. And you'd see like a whole bunch of like unboxing YouTubers getting this like haunted item off eBay and showing it on YouTube and throwing it around and stabbing it with knives, and it was really, I guess it was entertainment for people who don't know about haunted objects. And most of the objects that you can find online that are haunted objects are not actually haunted objects. However, it leaves that kind of sour taste in my mouth when you could potentially have an actual haunted object that is being mistreated. And so you will see a lot of magical practitioners will take on haunted items because they know that while that haunted item is with them, that spirit is going to be taken care of and they're not going to be mistreated. And I've seen so many listings online for jewelry that apparently has spirits attached to it. My question is, right, 1, how are you finding so many items that have a spirit attached to them? Which makes me think it's bullshit. 2, is if they are purposefully trapping an innocent spirit in an object for monetary gain, they're an asshole. anyone else. I think it's just so mean. I think it's so cruel. There's a reason why spirits become trapped in objects. Often they're child spirits. They're scared, and so they'll attach themselves into dolls, which is a really, really common one. You will find sometimes people will trap very, very negative spirits in objects, and I have had interactions with those kind of objects. So it's kind of a worrying thing, because the popularity of them made more practitioners aware of them and allowed more spirits to be taken care of by practitioners who actually care about them. But it also caused a lot of spirits to be trapped in objects by people who just wanted to make money, and a lot of YouTubers and random people buying them for entertainment value to then not look after them, which I think is really mean. If you think that it could be a child spirit that's attached to that doll, and that child has probably already gone through a lot. This is a very emotional topic, but I hope you understand what I mean with all of that. I hope that makes sense. But yeah, it's just one of those things where I really like them, but I don't like people mistreating them. It's a bit like animals, you know? A haunted object is not just for Christmas. A haunted object is for life, and your children will probably have to deal with it too. So, what is the name / author of the Big Blue Book? The Big Blue Book is called Raymond Buckland's Complete Book of Witchcraft. It's one of the most well-known books out there. You can find it on most book suppliers, and you can also get it a lot in charity shops because it was very popular in the 1980s. And a lot of people who were doing house clearances, you'll find it in charity shops a lot. Can you talk about the Fae? That's a very large topic. Is there anything in particular that you would like to know about the Fae, or my experiences with the Fae? Do you know anything about travelling circles? Have you ever used one? I've never heard much about them, so if you have any information that I can go off, that would be fantastic. For me, I've never needed travelling circles because I do just put circles up as and when I need them, typically, but I'd love to know more. Oh boy, it is going to jump. I'll answer this question while it's jumping because it's going to take it a minute to realise what it wants to do. This is, what are some good forms of protection that I use? I think was what the question was. I'm going to have to check now. Oh my goodness. My favourite forms of protection are things that are easy and effort-free. Well, not effort-free. They take effort to create them, but to maintain them is relatively effort-free. And that's because I am what is known as a lazy witch. And so I like jewellery that has charm, like enchantments on it. That's a really big one. Oh, I think it jumped really, really, really bad. It jumped really, really, really bad. So I'm just going to go from where I am and answer this one. So for me, I like jewellery that has protections on it. I'll have to do a video one day about jewellery with protections and how I charm my jewellery. And also, this is a random question, but would anyone like, I used to do it in the shop, I don't do it anymore, but if anyone would like me to, I can always do that. Do spelled protection jewellery in the shop, because all of our silver jewellery, I used to do protection spells on it, and then I didn't anymore. So if that's the kind of thing that you would like me to do in the future, please let me know and I can do that again. I just realised that my streaming software actually has the ability to go back further in the chat, so I'm just going to see if I can get back to where I was. No, it's the same place. Damn it, I was so hopeful. Here we go. So this is the conversation about shades that we were having earlier. I've just got to the chat on it about I've never seen a mean shade, never had any negative experiences either. They've only ever watched. I've seen them in different sizes. What else have we got? Yeah, so I've never had a bad experience with a shade. So I don't know if maybe it's another being instead of a shade that sometimes causes the problems for people. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. Can yokai be in other places around the world? I feel like there is one in my house, but I'm not in Japan. Yes. I'll have to explain that one a little bit further though. You'll often find that the same spirits exist everywhere around the world, except different traditions and different cultures are going to have different languages, and so they use a different name. So you can find similar spirits to, say, brownies in the UK, you can find them in Norway, and you can find them in Sweden, and you can find them in Japan, and you can find them in Australia. It's just they all have different names, but they all have exceptionally similar characteristics. And I suspect it may well be the same in this case, is that is a particular term that's given to a spirit, but that spirit might be given different names in different areas around the world, depending on where people are. Have you experienced shadow spiders as well? I have never experienced a shadow spider. I have to say that's one thing I've never experienced. So if you sent me a question before the shadow spider question, before it lagged really bad, I have lost all of those questions. So if you would like to repost them, please do so. And anything after that I still have. It's just the ones between where I answered about the protection question and between the conversation about shades is completely gone. Is the book Blood and Bones worth a read? I'm gonna have to read more about, more into it. I'm about a quarter of the way through, and some things I really like, and some things I'm like, no. So I'm gonna have to read further into it. It's definitely an interesting read. It's very, very basic, however, at least from where I am, I'm about halfway through-ish. So far, it's been very, very basic. So if you are a more advanced practitioner and you've already been interested in more negative magics, then it's likely you'll already know what's the stuff that's in it. But if you haven't already researched it, it could be a really, really good read. I'm just not far enough in yet to necessarily give a final answer. Get the fiber optic broadband. I have fiber optic broadband. This is what's so annoying about it, is that I have some of the most expensive internet that you can buy in this country, and it's still shit. What are your thoughts on people doing mass divination readings? They pick a big pile. Pick a pile readings. Oh. Now, okay, I think it depends on who you go to. There's two people on YouTube that I watch. There's only one that I know the name of. Cenus, C-E-N-U-S. I follow them on TikTok, I follow them on Instagram, I follow them on YouTube, and their readings are actually really good. Now, it's important to remember here that all generic readings like this are going to be exactly that. They're going to be generic. If you want an actual in-depth reading, go to an actual reader or do it yourself. But if you just want a very vague perspective of what's to come, I think Senus does monthly readings that are just kind of quite open and generic. If you just want a general look at the things you need to be careful of going forwards, they're really good. I will watch one of their readings and then I will do my own reading on the subject and add more context onto it. That's the way I like to use them. And plus I just really like watching their readings. They're just really calming and I love them. But generally I wouldn't take them as this is 100% the only thing I'm going to use. I would use them as a tool alongside other things. That way you get they get to do the very generic stuff and then you get to do the more specific stuff. How can you get rid of the bad energies? Cleansing is really important. Spiritual cleanses are found in every tradition and they're there for a really good reason. Everywhere we go, energy is attaching onto us. This can just be energy from the people you meet. If you're in a bad work environment or you've had a shit commute on the train, you're going to have all that energy attached to you. So having some kind of cleansing is a really good way of doing it. That can simply be getting in the shower and envisioning all of that gunk washing away. And it can also be things like salt baths is a really good option, smoke cleansing. A lot of people do it with just like incense, just like stick incense you can do it with. And now you might need something more in depth if you do have a lot of negativity or even spirit attachment. You're going to need something more. But for just generic day-to-day life, just a simple cleansing is really good just to give you a fresh start on your day-to-day life, really. Why do I now have Christmas music in my head? Stop, it's not even Halloween yet. Right, I'm trying to figure out where I was. I think I'm about here. Were there any people in your family before you that were into witchcraft, or are you the first as far as I know? As far as I know, I'm the first, but because my family has mostly been in the same area forever, and in England you had folk magic traditions still being practiced by day-to-day people even into the 1800s, it's quite likely that there were people who were undertaking magical practice without necessarily realising what it was. And that's pretty much the same everywhere in the UK. There's these little traditions that just kind of pop up everywhere that people still do. Even older people today will still do it, and they don't really realise what they're doing, but it is based on a much older tradition. So people were likely doing things even if they didn't realise what they were doing. Faff, I've never heard that word. Have you never heard the word faff? It's like when something's unnecessary, like it's pointless, like it's too much effort. If something is too much effort and it's just not really that important, then it's a faff. I'm not doing that, it's just a bit of a faff. It's just such a British word. I forget sometimes that people outside of England don't say words like faff. I thought it was just like a common thing. When you see a spirit, do you physically see it, or do you feel its energetic form as seeing it? So it's a bit of all of them. It depends on the type of spirit, it depends on how experienced you are, it depends on whether or not they want you to see them. I've seen some spirits like physically right in front of me, other people around me could also see the same thing, kind of seeing it. You can hear spirits, smell spirits, and sometimes you can just sense them, which is kind of like, the best way I can describe it is it's kind of like echolocation, but with energy instead of sound. And you can kind of see it like in your head. And other people who can sense energy will be able to sense the same thing, but if someone that can't sense energy walks past, they're not going to be able to see it. Ever watched The Order? I love it. I watched season 1 like 4 times, and then I watched season 2 like twice, and I really want season 3. I think it's season 3 that's coming out next, isn't it? Unless I've missed a season. I have some items made out of pure silver that have less than desirable energies attached to them. I was wondering if I melt them down, will the energies go away? Are you planning on melting them down anyway, or are you just melting them down to get rid of the energies? Because you don't need to melt them down to get rid of the energies. You can just cleanse them. You don't need to destroy the object to get rid of it. And actually, if the energy is attached to the item, melting it down isn't going to do anything. It's just going to mean that whatever you make next is going to also have the same energy attached to it. So if you are planning on melting it down anyway, I would recommend cleansing the item beforehand. If cleansing doesn't get rid of the energies, then a banishing might, before you like melt down the item. Because if you melt them down and you haven't done that, then the next thing you create is still going to have the same energy attached to it. Because the melting process probably isn't going to do much except annoy it. But then it really all depends on what kind of energy is attached to it. I looked into the fairy Bible and it listed Odin and dragons under the air fairy section. Aren't dragons and deities separate from the fairy? Yeah, they are. I don't really, that makes me kind of uncomfortable. Dragons are very, very different to fairies. Like, very, very different. Like, powerful to the next level kind of different. And deities are also very different from fairies. So I'm a little confused as to why they've included them, unless there are some authors who believe that fae are deities that are no longer worshipped, and that's why they've put Odin in this list. I'm just going to say, as soon as I hear the word Bible in an occult book, I get concerned. So like the Witch's Bible, I get concerned. The Fairy Bible, I get concerned. I'm not really sure on this one. It could be worth checking out the bibliography to see if you can figure out which resource that came from. I have never known anyone refer to Odin and deities as being fairies. I've heard of people say that fairies are deities who have been forgotten and so have been diminished, although there's lots of fairies I know who would be very pissed off if that was what people described them as. But Odin isn't forgotten. Odin is still worshipped today. So that doesn't really make much sense. I'm trying to logistically think my way through this, and my brain just hurts. So it would be good to look at the bibliography and just see the other resources that were used. It may well be that that information has come from a particular resource. It may also be that they're referring to dragons as in Welsh dragons, which are sometimes classified in fairy legends due to their association with Merlin and Arthurian legend. However, dragons exist outside of Welsh mythology, which then makes it not very accurate at all, because dragons in Asia are not associated with fairies at all. So, I don't know, I'm trying to like think this through and it hurts my brain. Is it weird to be scared of making a circle incorrectly? I don't think it's weird, no. I mean, especially if you aren't used to making circles, I can completely understand why you would be. The worst thing that can happen if you make a circle incorrectly is that it's maybe not sealed correctly, which is why it's really important to practice making circles without doing a working. So if you practice opening, closing circles over weeks, by the time you get to doing a working, you're going to know that you're doing that circle correctly. The best way I can describe it to make sure that your circle is sealed is I don't just often find this, I find this every single time. And I use it as a gauge every time I cast an energetic circle. And that is when you raise a circle, you'll notice over time, the air around you gets kind of puthery and warm and stagnant. And then when you drop the circle, all of a sudden it's like fresh air hits you. It's like cool air hits you. It's the weirdest feeling. That's the gauge I always use personally. Now, it's not going to be the same for everyone, but that's what I use because it happens every single time. And that's really the worst thing that can happen is that circle isn't sealed properly. But that's going to come with practice. Now, I've got three of these. I'm so sorry, I've not said any of them yet. So thank you so much, Havana. Oh my goodness, I love your name. That is a beautiful name, Havana. That is amazing. Okay. Sky Queen, thank you so much. I love your name too. Everyone has really nice names. Little Halfling. Oh, that is adorable. Thank you so much. Everyone has the nicest names. I'm really bad at picking usernames for things. Like, really bad. Please do a video on Beneficium. Okay, I can do that. I'm going to get some books on the poison craft and do some research on it because I'm really interested in it right now. And if you are interested in listening to the podcast that I was listening to earlier, the podcast is called Witchcraft Off the Beaten Path. I listened to it on Spotify. I'm pretty certain it's available in other places, but it's called Witchcraft Off the Beaten Path. And the episode I was listening to was from June this year. So you might have to go back a few episodes, but that was the podcast I was listening to earlier. And the gentleman on that podcast is the one who's releasing the book in October. So if you are interested in books like that, it could be worth checking out that podcast because he does go into a little bit more about what the book is about and the kind of research and stuff that went into it. Oh, Noel, thank you so much. Noel. I'm gonna go with that. That sounds about right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Do you have any books about wards and how to make them? The book that I really like, can I actually reach it? Where is it? There it is. I can reach that. I can reach that without falling off the sofa. No, I can't. I will fall off the sofa. This one is pretty decent. This is called Protection and Reversal Magic by Jason Miller. That's what it looks like. And this is a pretty decent book. It talks about stuff from very beginner stuff to very advanced stuff. I'll read a little bit of the back of the book to give you an idea of what it is about. It says, Protection and Reversal Magic is a complete how-to manual on preventing, defending, and reversing magical attacks of any kind. You will learn to set up early warning systems, appease angry spirits through offerings, perform daily banishings and amulets that will prevent most attacks, make magical decoys, this is what I refer to as scapegoats, decoys, to absorb attacks against you, summon guardian spirits or gods for help, bind, confuse, expel, persistent enemy energy who will not leave you be. They're not just for Wiccans either, but for ceremonial magicians, witches, and anyone else who puts magic into practical use. And Jason Miller is a very ceremonial practitioner, so do bear that in mind when you do read books like this. But they cover a whole lot of protection, so if protections are what you're after, this is a really decent book. Is there anyone on YouTube you'd like to collab with? See, I don't really watch, I don't watch anyone in the witchcraft community. I really don't. I don't watch anyone. However, I'll be honest, my favourite YouTuber is Rachel Maxey. She's so lovely. She seems like just such a sweet little bean. And I just want to be friends with her. And I have no idea what that would even look like. You know, dressing up like witches or something for Halloween. But genuinely, if you don't know Rachel's channel, please check it out. Absolutely phenomenal, so funny. Also has a dog called Frodo, and if that isn't the cutest thing ever, I don't know what is. So yeah, I think if there was anyone that I would want to collab with, it would be Rachel, but that is for entirely selfish reasons, because I can just imagine that she'd be just the most fun person ever. We would not ever create a useful video of any kind. But it would just be really fun. Do you have a way of vetting authors and sources of books? I have a full video on vetting witchcraft resources. If in doubt, check the lists of videos I have on the channel, because I've done a lot. And more often than not, I've done a video on a topic. Can you make your own tarot deck? Yes and no. It depends on how much you're looking into it. So the Rider-Waite-Smith system, which is what most decks are based on, has a lot of understanding going into it. It's full of symbolism and numerology. It's full of significance, because the people that created it, or Arthur Edward Waite, was part of the Golden Dawn, and so it has a lot of ceremonial magic and associations added into the deck. So yes, you can create versions of the cards. However, you kind of, to get the full significance of each card, it's really important to know the meaning behind each thing. You know, the number of stars, the number of rays, the number of birds, the animals that are in them, and to incorporate that into your own work. So it really all depends. If you want to just go off what the meanings of the cards are, definitely anyone can create their own deck. It takes a little bit more, though, to get every little detail and symbolism from those cards, and it really all depends on how you work with a deck. I am going to butcher this name. Oriel? Is that right? I hope that's right. Thank you so much. I'm hoping it's Oriel. And pink hair is amazing. I absolutely love it. That's all. That's all I can say. Absolutely amazing. What do you personally do if you want to do magic but don't have anything in particular you want to study or do? I will typically practice. So my favourite thing when I was in this position a lot was I would go into the woods and I would just practice interacting with the energies around me. And I would also bring something to read while I was out there, as in like divination read. So I'd bring runes usually, or Ogham. If you're brave, you can bring a tarot deck, but it might blow away in the wind. Be prepared. And I will sit outside and I will be walking around where I'm sat, and I will be sensing the energy of things, whether that's the earth, the different trees. And while I'm there, I usually have a book about green magic, because it's just what I tend to go back to quite a lot. And I will just practice. And if sensing things isn't your thing, then you could try casting a circle, closing it, casting a circle, closing it, grounding, releasing, raising energy, releasing it again. I find that little things like that, although they might seem really tedious and boring, are so useful later on that if you are feeling the need and the urge to be doing some magical practice, practicing things like energy sensing is so useful, especially later on if you do want to work with spirits or you want to work with the energies around you. It's just super duper useful. In a battle, who would win? Dark Willow or Bonnie Bennett? Bonnie Bennett. I'm sorry, Bonnie Bennett would win. Dark Willow is impulsive, Bonnie is smart. Can you use witchcraft to help heal from trauma? You can use it to help assist, yes. I would definitely not recommend doing it alone, but alongside other things it certainly can. Is deity worship safer than deity work? I don't think any of them is safer, really. I don't know, because I've never really done, I mean, I did the whole deity worship thing when I was a kid. It wasn't really for me. But that's a good question. I don't actually know. Because even if you only worship a deity, they could still walk in one day and be like, sup. And you'll freak out. And the same can happen if you work with a deity as well. Except if you work with a deity, you know it's going to happen. You know what I mean? Like, if you work with a deity, they'll ring the doorbell before they walk in. Whereas if you worship a deity, they could just turn up while you're on the toilet. This is a very bad analogy, by the way, but I hope you understand what I mean. So you still have the potential of interacting with that deity in a way that you might consider unsafe. Except if you're working with them, then it's a two-way street. So you're meeting them somewhere in the middle, so it's on both of your terms. Whereas if you're only worshipping a deity, they're just going to turn up. I don't know. I think it's a very subjective question. It's going to also depend on the type of deity that you're working with. I mean, if you're working with a psychopomp deity, for instance, then maybe not going to be the nicest beings to work with. Whereas if you're working with a love deity, they might be a bit nicer, you know? So I think it's going to depend on that as well. Have you ever used servitor magic? If so, what was your experience? I haven't really done any of it yet. Mainly because I've never really needed to. It's something I've always looked into, and like I know the foundations of it and I know how to do it. I just never really bothered doing it because I've never needed to. But if I ever do, I will have to let you know. See how it turned out. Oh, Lance, thank you so much for helping. I hope you have an amazing night. I know you're probably already going to be gone by the time I see this, but thank you so much. I'm trying to figure out where I was, don't mind me. I didn't know they used the phrase full Karen on your side of the pond. I think full Karen has just become like a universal phrase now, thanks to the internet. Have you read the Bridgerton books? I haven't. I watched Bridgerton season 1, but haven't bothered to read them. Mainly because it's not really my thing. If it doesn't have a vampire in it, or a dragon, or a werewolf, I can't be bothered. Favorite tarot deck? Ooh! Favorite tarot deck. So that's a difficult one. I know that if I don't say this deck is going to be annoyed at me. He's actually not in here. He's in the apothecary cabinet. I'm going to have to say the Magic Manga Tarot, mainly because if I don't, I can practically hear him screaming at me from the other room. For reference, if you don't know the story, the deck has a spirit attached to it. It has since I got it. It was the reason I purchased the deck. I got it secondhand. It's battered as hell. It was owned by a practitioner. They didn't treat the deck packaging very well. And the spirit in the deck has got a very, very strong sense of self. And I would say slightly self-important. It's very nice, but he likes to think he's the best deck in the world. So that deck is definitely up there. I really love the Magic Manga deck. My most used deck at the moment is actually the Rider-Waite-Smith deck. I actually have it right here. This one. This is the one I recently trimmed. And I love this deck. I use this deck more than maybe any other at the minute. Just because I am kind of building up my teaching understanding a little bit. I read cards a lot, but teaching and reading are very different. And since I trimmed them, they have become just like my new favourite deck, like my old new favourite. And I'm chuffed with them. So these are probably the ones I use the most at the minute. Favourite deck, though, has to go to Magic Manga, because if it doesn't, Spirit will get angry at me. He's not really angry. He just gets kind of grumpy and huffy with me. You know how some people are. That pendulum sounded like a grumpy cat. This is in reference to the pendulum that doesn't like anything, anyone, or existence. And honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if he was a grumpy cat in a past life. Actually, that pendulum disappeared off the face of the earth. A few years ago, I lost loads of my magical items. Every one of them has come back to me. Everything. Except that one pendulum. That one pendulum just went, screw you, I'm out. And I've not seen it in... Oh my, how long has it been? I think I got it in 2008. I think I got it in 2008, and it's been missing since 2014. It's been missing for a long time. And honestly, I'm at this point where I think it might just be gone. I think it might have just yeeted itself out of my life and just gone, screw you, and disappeared. And honestly, maybe I'm better off for it. Do you think anxiety and depression medications diminish energy? No, not in the slightest. And I get really angry by people who say that they do, because that sentence is usually followed by, if you want to practice witchcraft, you have to come off your medications. If anyone tells you, I'm going to say this now, if anyone tells you that in order to practice witchcraft, you have to stop taking medications, do not talk to them. You can still practice witchcraft and have a very successful, powerful magical practice if you are on depression medication, if you are on any kind of medication. You can still have an amazing magical practice. It's not going to change that. And if anyone tells you that you need to stop taking medication because of witchcraft, tell them to fuck off, please. Because it's a really dangerous thing that some people are doing out there, and it's hazardous, and I don't like seeing it. And it's not safe. Will you be streaming on Halloween? Probably not, mainly because I love Halloween too much to be spending 6 hours of it on the internet. I will probably be out walking around town in full Halloween and going out and scaring the shit out of children. I did that a couple of years ago, actually. I went full skeletal, and I've got a skeleton dress, and I just went out and I scared the shit out of teenagers in town. It was tremendously fun. I'll probably be doing that again, honestly. Socially distanced, of course. Thank you so, so much, Brandy. I'm so glad that I'm useful. I'm so glad. You've got no idea. Sometimes I'm like, why am I doing this? I'm just talking shit for 4 hours. I'm so glad that you find me useful. I really appreciate it. It is going to jump. It jumped. I gotta scroll back up now. I gotta scroll. And hope that I haven't lost anything. I think I was about here. There's the Halloween. Okay, I was about here. Do you ever have times when you're less engaged in witchcraft? Oh, definitely. I mean, everyone does. I mean, life happens, right? Life gets in the way sometimes. We're not as interested anymore. And then it comes back again. It's like swings and roundabouts. Always happens. Typically, it will always come round again. Usually, anyway. Unless you're just not interested in it anymore, and then it's just a case of finding something you are. Can't you release spirits from haunted dolls? You can, but in some cases, they don't want to be. And it's difficult because obviously there's going to be some items out there that are haunted by force, and in which case then maybe they will want to be released. But there's going to be other haunted items out there that are there because they're scared and they don't know where else to be, and that's where they feel comfortable, and in which case maybe not releasing them is a good option, especially if they are children and they're very fearful. You can release them, but you don't want to make it more difficult for them. Yes, 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 charmed jewellery. Charmed jewellery from a trusted witch is something hard to come by. Okay, I'll start doing then. Yes, please. And some jewellery men can wear. Yes, so all of the jewellery that I sell on the website for reference doesn't come with chains. It's a pendant, so that you have the option to put it on, say, like this chain, which is a 16-inch chain, or you can put it on like a long cord if you are a man and you do want to wear something a bit longer. So that's why none of the jewellery on the site comes with like a chain, because I wanted it to be as useful for everyone, no matter how you want to style it and wear it. Lazy witch, no, you're just energy efficient. You betcha I'm energy efficient. I mean, I'm sort of energy efficient. I'm a hybrid, okay, let's put it that way. Do you have any book recommendations on energetic magical batteries? So, I had this question a lot, and I think it's always important to remember that not all of my information is just re-spoken out of a book, if that makes sense. So, a lot of the information that I share is information that comes from my experience, my practice, and also the practice of the people around me. Magical batteries isn't spoken of that often in books. I have learned magical batteries from a lot of interaction with older practitioners, a lot. I've spent a lot of time interacting with people online and in person. It also comes from both my own trial and error experiences, as well as the experiences of a good friend of mine who's very well versed in magical batteries. Now, I'm hoping that I will be able to talk to said friend and actually be able to get some information off them, because then I can do a more comprehensive way of how other people create magical batteries, not just the way I create them. So I'm hoping to do a video on magical batteries in the future, but there is no one-stop shop for learning about magical batteries, because it's a type of practice that's usually spoken about briefly because it's not really beginner friendly. And also, it's not spoken about in most beginner or modern witchcraft books. You'll find it primarily in books from the 1970s, maybe latest, typically. So I'm going to try and compile as much information from people that I know as I can, because there aren't enough resources on the topic at all. Like, most of my knowledge on it comes from hard-earned trial and error. And by the way, that includes a lot of error. In that, a lot of error as well as a lot of success as well, but at the start, a lot of trial and failure. So yeah, it's definitely one of those things where the reason I've not answered anyone yet about a book on magical batteries is because there is no book on magical batteries. It's maybe mentioned briefly in books, but very few authors actually go into it. Oh, thank you so much. I'm gonna butcher this name. I can't tell if it's Adagio or Adagio. Adagio? I'm terrible at pronunciations. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry I butchered your name. I really need to get better at pronunciations. I'm so bad. I'm so bad. Have you ever read the book series Gossip Girl? Never. Never really interested me. How do you feel about spirit mediums or people that speak for spirits? Isn't that what a spirit medium is? That's a bit like saying, how do I feel about dentists? I don't know. Some dentists are really good. Some dentists are really shit. Not every dentist is going to be the same. Same for spirit mediums. I've met some spirit mediums who are not spirit mediums and like to think that they're spirit mediums, but they're not spirit mediums. And I've had some spirit mediums that I've met that are absolutely phenomenal. Like, truly amazing. And then I've had some spirit mediums who feel as though they have the right to come up to anyone on the street and tell them about the ghost that's hanging around them, which, by the way, for reference, if you're ever in doubt, that is the most unethical thing that you can do as a spirit medium. Do not do it. I was at, where was I? I think I was at Witchcraft Midlands about 3 years ago. And I had this woman come up to me. I was just sitting outside, like having a panic attack. I was just sitting outside with my friend, and she just walked up to me and she's like, I've got the energy. I've got an energy of an elderly woman. And I'm like, oh, I do not need this right now. I let her talk, and she was talking about my nan, which, like, fine, but also unsolicited, get away from me. Do you know what I mean? And that's a really good sign, by the way, of whether a spirit medium is someone that you should trust or not. If a spirit medium randomly starts just talking stuff at you and you haven't even given them permission to do so, that's generally a sign that you should probably stay clear of them. Not because they're bad at being a spirit medium, but because it's incredibly unethical to just be spitting information at them about spirits around them if they haven't asked for it and they don't want it and they're not interested in it and they've not given their permission for it. It's generally a good sign to just, like, steer clear. Typically, also, same goes for just people in the community in general. I have had so many weird as hell comments on my YouTube channel of people, like, trying to tell me things about myself that aren't true, but they just like showing off, but they're not showing off anything because they're getting it wrong every single time. I think some of you will likely know the kind of person I'm talking about. The people that are like, oh, you're so tired because you have a spirit attached to you. And I'm like, no, I'm so tired because I got 2 hours sleep. Leave me alone. That's generally a good sign of whether or not someone in the community is someone that you want to trust, or whether it's someone you should just, steer clear of a little bit. Is your opinion, in your opinion, is Nightmare Before Christmas a Halloween film or a Christmas film? A Halloween film. But I won't watch it on Halloween. I'll watch it the day after Halloween. Does anyone know about a witchy YouTuber who shows their herb collection? I don't know of any witchy YouTubers who show their herb collection. However, I have been asked for it in the past, and I think in the last live stream I did mention it. When the work room is done, like the workshop, it's currently being renovated. All of my herbs are going on the walls, and I will likely do some videos in that room when it's finished. If you are interested in seeing a herb collection, though, pre-warning here, I'm a small business owner. I am not the only one that uses the herbs. The herbs are also used in the spell items that go into the shop, and so my herb collection is considerably more substantial than I would ever expect a standard practitioner to have. I buy herbs in bulk because I need them in bulk, and so I have a lot more herbs than any normal person would ever need. So just pre-warning for when I decide to do that. Oh, this is alarming. This is alarming, and I'm going to say right away, please go and see an optician. Someone said, I don't know if it's some kind of entity or just blind spots in my vision. If you ever experience any abnormalities in your vision, never assume it's a spirit, always go to an optician. Always. This includes health as well. If you're finding that something is going weird with your health, please go to a doctor. Do not assume that a cleansing is going to fix it. Go to your primary health care and then do the magical stuff afterwards if there's nothing wrong with you. Because sometimes these things are really bad and you don't know that they're bad until you go and check them out. Have you ever watched Witch? I have, and I've also read the books as well. Well, books. They're not really books. Well, they kind of are, but no. Do you think that deities and spirits stay connected to you even if mundane life gets in the way? Yes. 100%, yeah. I'm fairly convinced cats have their own portals. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past them. I kind of get the feeling that all cats are like the one in Captain Marvel. I'm a bad Marvel fan. I've forgotten what the name of the creature is. If you've seen Captain Marvel, though, you know what I mean. I kind of get the feeling that all cats are kind of actually like that. What advice do you have in regards to shadow work and healing? Do so alongside a therapist. Please. The number of people I've seen recommend shadow work unsupervised to people with deep-seated trauma is alarming. Shadow work is a form of therapy, and it's just unguided therapy. So if you are interested in shadow work, I would always recommend working alongside an actual therapist to assist you with it, because it can drag up some stuff that you might not be able to deal with, and having a professional there to help is always the best way to do it. Puthery, what does that mean? Puthery is like, you know when you walk outside on a really, really hot day and the air is like sticky and stale and really close in and you feel like you can't breathe? That's what puthery means. In English slang, that's puthery. When like it's really close and overwhelming. Puthery. Have you ever considered becoming Wiccan? I was Wiccan when I was younger, and then I decided it wasn't for me. I never became fully initiated. I kind of started the process and then just decided it wasn't really for me, so I just didn't do it. Which, by the way, you can do. If you start learning alongside a Wiccan group, or just Wiccans in general, you don't feel the need to force yourself into becoming a part of that community. If it doesn't feel right for you, you do have the right to say, you know, I've given it a go, it's not for me, and finding something else. A Hearthling. That should become the fan base name. That's like a really cute name. You stated in your recent video on tag locks that you don't really do blood tag locks. What's the reason for this? Because I don't need to. What's the point in cutting myself to get blood or pricking my finger when I don't need to? Some people will feel that they want to do so safely. Always safely. I don't see the point. Personally, for what I need, if I'm the one doing a working, I'm going to be doing a working. If I'm doing a working for someone else, I can use a different tag lock off them that isn't going to be blood, that isn't going to put myself or them at risk. And safety, as you might have noticed, is a very big priority for me. And I don't see the point in doing it. Other people will use it as a primary tag lock. I personally don't, because there's so many options that for me are just as strong if you're using multiple different things. So I just don't see the point. And also, when I was referring to that, I meant on candles, and in which case it smells really, really bad. Now, of course, there's multiple different forms of blood that you can use, hint, that a lot of people do use. However, that also smells really bad when it's on fire. So I don't use it because my primary form of magic is candle magic. And so for me, I have to use tag locks that are going to work accordingly. And for me, things like hair and blood don't really work that great because they burn instantly or they smell really bad, which is mainly why I don't use it. And also effort. I'm lazy, remember? Super lazy. Do you recommend this author, Aaron Murphy Hiscock? She wrote Green Witch and some other books. I haven't really made up my mind. I'll be honest, no. Nothing against the author whatsoever. I'm sure the books are really good for a certain group of people. For me, they are not useful enough for me to warrant buying them or recommending them. So I included the Green Witch in my Green Witchcraft book recommendation video, and I'm pretty certain that in that I also stated very, very simplistic. So if you're after an exceptionally beginner book that you can go into the works right now, you can do it, they're in the works. You can go down to the works, which is a shop in the UK, and you can buy it for a couple of quid. And if that's the kind of book that you need for where you are in life and in your practice, then they're useful. Do I think, though, that I would recommend that book to someone who had another option? No. And that's nothing bad about the author whatsoever. The actual writing is phenomenal. It's just that for me, it's not useful enough for me to recommend it over another book. I hope that you get what I'm saying with that. It's not that I don't like the author, it's just that there's so many other options out there that are better. And I have HearthWitch. Is that done by a different person? I'll check. Is this one done by a different person? Oh. No, it's done by the same person. HearthWitch is a book that frustrated me so much I actually had to stop reading it. Because they refer to hearth witchcraft and kitchen witchcraft as being the same thing, and they're not the same thing. And so if I was going to recommend a book on hearth witchcraft, I would always recommend Anna Franklin over Anna Murphy. Is their name Anna Murphy? Erin Murphy Hiscock. I would always recommend other books over them. But if it's your only option, then it's a good option, it's got information in it. It's just I typically always recommend something else instead if you have another option, if you have a little bit more money to spend, if you have the ability to buy something a little bit better, I typically would say that you should. What does full Karen mean? How do you not know what full Karen mean? How do I describe this? It's I don't even know how to describe it. Google Karen. Google Karen Urban Dictionary, and I'm sure you'll get all you need from that. Are the products in the Spooky Samhain box suitable for vegans? No. All of my boxes are not suitable for vegans. It does say at the very bottom of the listing, if in doubt, check the bottom of the listing, it'll always say. Mainly because we specialise in handmade beeswax candles. We also do a lot of leather products, and so if that's not something that you're comfortable with, then the box probably isn't going to be for you. In the future, we are hoping to do some boxes that are vegan friendly, but because we do specialise in the British beeswax candles, it's a little difficult to fit it around what the rest of the company does, if that makes sense. What offerings do you give to Ceridwen? I don't. That's not the relationship that we have. Can spirits physically harm you? Yes, they can. What do you think about druids? What do you think about Wiccans? I don't know. I never know how to respond to questions like that because I don't have any strong opinions. Some are probably very nice people. Some are probably not so nice people. Most are probably perfectly lovely unless you annoy them. I don't have any strong opinions about collections of people. Is probably where I'm going with that answer. Favourite supernatural / fantasy TV shows or movies? Okay. Favourite TV shows, hands down, Legend of the Seeker, 2008. It was amazing. It's an Australian TV show. The downside is you cannot actually buy it in the UK. It was available on Netflix for a while, about 7 years ago, but it's not available anymore, and I cannot find it anywhere. The only version I can find is in a different region, so I can't play it in the UK. But if you can get hold of Legend of the Seeker where you are, it's a phenomenal TV show. I think there's 2 seasons. They should have done more. It was amazing. The other one is what Lost Girl. Lost Girl is really, really good. It's available on streaming services in the UK like right now. It's really good. Vampire Diaries, obviously. I do like Teen Wolf, but I only like Teen Wolf up to season 3. After that point, I just don't really care anymore. What else have we got? Harry Potter, obviously. That's just taken on a life of its own now, and I can appreciate that. Oh, I like Practical Magic. It's a little bit borderline questionable for me, but for entertainment value, it's pretty decent. What else have we got? I've got so many. All I watch is fantasy stuff. Did you know? The Last Witch Hunter. People hate that movie. I think that movie's really good, and it's also really nice to see Vin Diesel with hair. It's interesting. Where do you get your witchy gothy clothes from? Any good sites for that in the UK? So my clothes are typically from, or my more gothy clothes My boots, which some of you will have seen, are all New Rock. Most of my clothes are from Killstar, or from, what is it called? Killstar's where I get most of my stuff from. I get the dresses and the trousers that you see me wear on Instagram. I get those from Love Too True. Like Love Too, like T-O-O, True, True, you know. They're fantastic. Absolutely love the dresses and trousers. And then the rest of the stuff I just find from random places. This is from Marks and Spencer's. Yeah, there's loads of places, but the Killstar and Love Too True are the two that I probably go to the most. It's gonna jump. Oh, the originals. Yes, I do like the originals. Did you like Weave the Liminal? I am gonna scroll back up a minute. I just saw that. I have it. You know what? I'm gonna grab it to see what it was I didn't like about it. Because I started reading it and then I just stopped and I don't remember why I stopped. Oh dear, everything's falling over. Why didn't I like this book? That is the question. I'm just gonna sit here for a minute, don't mind me. There was a reason. I got part way through and then I just stopped. Why did I stop? Let's put it this way, right? Most books I will read all the way through. There must have been a reason why I stopped reading this. Because I did stop reading this very quickly. Oh wait, I think I might know why I stopped reading it. Oh, my phone is going nuts in the other room. I think it's just because it's so generic. I think that was why I stopped reading it. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I want to emphasize that right now. Generic doesn't mean bad. It means useful, just not to me. Like, I think if you're a beginner, this is a really good, decent book. Now, it wasn't good enough to make it into my beginner witchcraft book video, but I think it could be a decent book if you are a beginner. However, I'm already on page 117, and we've only just got to the fact that magic isn't a band-aid and a solution to all of your problems. So you can tell how it's going in depth, but into a lot of beginner topics. And so I think it's definitely good. It's definitely good. It's just not my favourite, which is probably why I stopped reading it in favour for something more like Psychic Witch. I think I much preferred Psychic Witch. I mean, I think I finished Psychic Witch in 2 days. Oh, God, hit the radiator. What's your opinion on Love Too True's sizing? I heard it's all over the place. I have to say I've not had a problem. The only thing I will say is if you are in between sizes like I am, it's the material is very difficult. So the fabric of Love Too True clothes has no give at all. It's literally just like, I'm not going to say it's pure cotton, but it's that kind of feeling where there's no movement in it whatsoever. So I have IBS. And so my waist size fluctuates drastically depending on what I've eaten. And I'm sure some of you will experience this as well. So my sizing typically on an average day is between, in normal clothing, it's between an 8 and a 10, normally. In Love Too True sizes, it's between a 10 and a 12 because the material has no give. So I can wear a pair of their trousers and I can stand up and it's fine. But if I eat anything, it's slightly too tight, and when I sit down, I have to unbutton the top because otherwise I can't breathe. So just bear that in mind. The same goes with the dresses. The corset bit of the dress has no give at all. So if you're between sizes, size up. It's not worth it. So I size down to a size 10, but that's because I was like 0.25 of an inch over the size 10. I'd say if you're anything more than like half an inch over the waist size, don't even think about going down a size because they will not fit. That's the problem with them, is it's really nice, the trousers are, and the dresses, but they're so not stretchy. Which is why I like Killstar trousers, because they're super stretchy. Right, it jumped. Now I'm going to try and figure out where I was. I'll find it. That's fine, I'll find it. Do you use a crystal ball? I don't have a crystal ball at the moment, but I like using them. So we have them in for the shop occasionally, and I actually just placed an order for some more to come in, and I'm tremendously excited about the new stands that we're getting. They're so pretty, I might end up keeping them for myself. So I like having them in and I like using them, but I don't actually own one myself, which is interesting. I probably should. I think I was about here. Here we go. It's talking about Rachel Maxey. Please come to Massachusetts. I mean, if I ever were to come to America, I would probably go to Massachusetts because it's so beautiful, and it would probably feel kind of like home, honestly, because it's that kind of style. I've nearly run out of water. Oh my goodness. Here was the bit about the favourite supernatural TV shows. Oh yes, and what else do I have on there? Also, The Magicians is on that list. Because that show is great. Yeah, this is a good way of wording it about staying on meds with medicine. One person says, if you want to improve your life, stay safe, stay on your meds, and discuss any changes with your doctor first before changing it. 100%. I have seen it way too often where people will push that other people have to change medication, or they have to start using essential oils as medication. Please don't. Please don't. Like, don't just stop taking your meds. It stresses me out so bad when people say this. What's the web address for your jewellery? So it's not just jewellery, it's everything else, but the website, the shop, is in the description box. It's thewitchesheart.co.uk. It's in the description box. Currently we only ship to the UK and Europe because we can't really ship anywhere else. But it's always in the description box. Same with everything else. All like social media links and everything are always in the description, as well as the music. I get asked every day what the music is in the intro to my videos, and it's always in the description box, along with the camera that I use and the microphone that I use and everything like that. Off-topic question, but what colour are your eyes? Dishwater. It's the best way I can describe it, which is why they appear different colours depending on what makeup I'm wearing. They're just grey. So when I'm wearing the green, they look kind of purple, but they are just grey. I've just found that in editing software, when I colour correct for like daylight, they kind of start looking a bit crazy. It starts looking like they're a weird ass colour, and I promise they're not. They are just kind of bog standard dirty water grey, which, to be fair, I used to hate when I was a kid. I actually don't mind too much now. Do you do sigils, and do you have a favourite one? All of my sigils are typically unique. I completely forgot the word. So I don't really have any favourite sigils that I'll use time and time again. It really depends on what I need. Do you ever incorporate your singing and humming into your workings, and if so, how? I do, yes. So there's a particular note that I use for cleansing, which I use all the time. And then when I'm doing workings, I mean, I've spent a lot of my life listening to kind of pagan folk music, a lot of time. And so I also memorize just random bits of music in my spare time. So I just have like 15 different pagan folk songs in my head, and I'll pick one to use in that working. So for instance, when I do like spell candles for events that I go to, and depending on the intention of the candle, I'll pick a different song to go with it. And it just allows me to drown it out, because obviously I live in a town, It's quite busy. There's people talking, and so to drown it out, I will just sing while I'm doing that working, and it just acts as a way to focus on what I'm doing. Like, I know that when I start, I need to focus, and when I finish, it's done. And I then do that for each working that I do. So I don't always do it, but I find that if it's particularly noisy outside, it's a good way to stop me from getting distracted by sound, because I get distracted by sound so easy. I mean, another option for this would just be to use noise-cancelling headphones, but instead I sing to myself because I do that basically all the time. Anyway, I just sing to myself all the time. What do you do with offerings you leave? How long do you leave them? And how do you get rid of them when it's time? So it really all depends. If it's something that degrades, like food, you're looking at a day, usually a couple days, and then you would recycle them. Like, you would compost them, put them somewhere that's not the bin, and then replace them with something else. If it's something like water, it's usually sometimes a day, sometimes it's a week. It depends on tradition. I tend to use alcohol a lot, in which case I leave it out till it evaporates, because in my mind, evaporation, same as a lot of traditions use smoke as well, they believe that smoke and evaporation is it dissipating into a different world. And so a lot of people will use incense as a way to transfer messages between realms. So I will often use, I stood on a piece of paper. I will often use alcohol and just let it evaporate. If it's something solid like money or stones or items, I'll typically leave it there until it needs recharging, and then I will take it off, recharge it, and put it back again. So it very much depends culture to culture as well. Different traditions are going to do things in slightly different ways. I feel like I've gone super shiny under these lights. I probably have, honestly, gone super shiny under these lights. These lights get hot. Hot. Which is why, by the way, I always get asked why I look red in videos, and people are like, are you okay? I'm fine, I'm just pale. I am pale and I am warm, and these lights are boiling. Like, I don't need to heat my house, I just need to turn my filming lights on for an hour or two, and I'm good. For those who don't know, can we get a quick description of shadow work? So here's the annoying thing about it, right? Shadow work was originally a term that was used to describe magic that is more baneful, things that are done during the darker phases of life and the moon and just time, things that were often kept in the shadows because they were a little bit more unfriendly. That's what shadow work used to mean. Now, shadow work means therapy without a therapist. It's a form of work that was created, I think it was created by Carl Jung, I never know how to say his name, him, and it's essentially a way of breaking down internalized trauma and allowing you to progress forwards lighter and free of the things that have been limiting you, maybe without you even realizing it. Now, the problem is that shadow work is actually, it's psychology, except it's been added into witchcraft, and I'm not really sure why. Maybe it's because shadow work already existed as a term within witchcraft, and so people have just kind of merged the two together. But it's essentially therapy, but without a therapist, which can be exceptionally dangerous, especially for people who are very vulnerable and people who are dealing with a lot of trauma and aren't in a position to be processing it safely. And so if you are thinking of doing shadow work, I would always recommend working with a therapist, either whilst you're doing it or alongside you doing it, so that you can interact with an actual trained psychologist instead of just going about it blindly, which is what a lot of people on TikTok are doing, which is just, it's dangerous. It's just not, it's the equivalent of trying to be your own doctor. No. Like, if you know what you're doing and you're doing it safely, that's one thing, but I've seen a lot of people just going into shadow work blindly, and I've also seen people belittling other people for not doing shadow work because they're not in the right headspace to do shadow work, and I'm like, that's not really fair. shouldn't really be doing shadow work if you're in a bad headspace anyway, because it can make it a lot worse. So yeah, that's kind of the two different definitions for shadow work. I got really confused because like 5 years ago, shadow work meant something very different than it does now, because it's like this new version of shadow work has come into the magical practice. Can someone's fingerprint be a tag lock? Yes, most definitely. What's your favourite episode of Merlin? I'll be honest, I don't really remember a whole lot of every single season of Merlin. I know my favourite scene in Merlin is the very, very last scene, and I'm not going to spoil it for anyone who hasn't seen it, but obviously you see one of my favourite places on Earth in the last scene, and I'm incredibly excited about it, and I get excited about it every single time I watch it. So yeah, that's probably my favourite scene. I'm not really sure about my favourite episode. Can normal scented... Okay, straight away. I know the answer to this. Can normal scented candles be used for candle magic, or does it need to be spell candles? Okay, I'm going to make this... I'm going to be quite blunt, okay? Spell candles are a term that has been used for commercialization to make you want to spend more money. A candle is a fucking candle. It drives me insane. So bad. Like, I and my dad, because he makes the candles as well as... Well, no, he's mainly the one that makes the candles. We make speciality ritual candles, right? So we make figure candles and essentially candles for sympathetic magic. That's what we make. Now, you don't need to use speciality spell candles to undertake successful magical practice. You don't need to buy, because they're everywhere, by the way. If you go into any occult shop, especially in the UK, you will see these little boxes of cheap paraffin candles that say spell candles, and they come in boxes of colours. I promise you, you do not need them. You do not need them. You can just buy standard candles. You can buy tea light candles. You can buy plain taper candles. You can buy votive candles. You can use scented candles. You can just use candles that you can find, and you can use them in your workings. Now, spell candles, like the little taper candles, are useful because they're coloured, usually coloured all the way through, and they allow for carving on the sides, and they burn down relatively quickly. But you can adapt normal candles to do something similar. So instead of, say, carving into the candle, you would instead write what you want to achieve on a piece of paper and put it under the candle. If you have a candle that's scented, you can add that into the working as another association. So for instance, if you're doing a candle to amplify love, using a red candle with a strawberry scent or a rose scent is really useful because they're both associated with love and romance. So you can add it into that working as an extra association. You'll find that a lot of giant corporations are adding witchy words onto things to make you buy them, and you really don't need to. I think it's perfectly valid to use spell candles if you want to, and if you have the expendable income to buy spell candles. If you want things like what we sell, which are speciality spell candles, you can have those too. But you don't necessarily need them if you aren't in the financial position to have them, and if you simply don't want to use them, there's loads of other options out there. Any thoughts on premonitions? Today I felt really uneasy and vaguely sick, as if something was wrong. Then my mum got into a car accident, minor, but she's okay. I'm glad she's okay. I'm very glad she's okay. I get a lot of premonitions. I don't know how best to describe it. I'm just very good at knowing things. And I think some people are just tremendously good at doing that. And it's something that you can push down if you want to. If it makes you feel uncomfortable, you can ignore it and kind of push it down. The less you acknowledge it, the less it's going to happen. But equally, it can be a very useful skill when it comes to spellwork and ritual and just knowing things in general. And it's also something that you can learn to do as well by paying attention to your dreams and things like deja vu and things like that, and writing it down. It gives you a good way of of developing that psychic skill if you do want to. So yeah, it's something that some people have, some people can develop it. I have an old friend who he's not into witchcraft at all. Well, no, he did read one book once off me. I think he borrowed this book in like 2014 and I only got it back last year. He had that book for a long time. And he would always get dreams where he knew what was going to happen before they happened, like weeks in advance. And that was awesome. And he has not trained that at all. That's just something he's always been able to do. And then you get other people who are into witchcraft and want to learn how to do it. And for them, it's a little bit more of a learning process. Oh, the Umbrella Academy. Oh, I love the Umbrella Academy. Yes, number 5 is my favourite, hands down. I could just watch the Umbrella Academy with just number 5 and I would be happy. The use of candle wax to seal bottle spells, simply aesthetic or does it have a use? Oh, okay. It's a little bit of both, right? So typically you will see wax being used to seal bottles when a cork is used. And the reason for this is because wax is not porous and cork is. So if you have liquid in a bottle and it has a corked lid, it will go rancid if air is allowed in, which cork allows. So by sealing it with wax, you stop the air and any liquid from being able to get in and out, which allows the liquid in the bottle to stay fresh for longer. So typically, wax is used on corked bottles and jars to stop the airflow, because cork is really bad for letting air in and out, and you will find that if you compare a sealed bottle with a corked bottle, the sealed bottle will always last far longer than the corked bottle, simply because there's too much airflow going between the two. And also it means that if it gets tipped over slightly, the liquid is going to come through the cork, which isn't ideal, especially if you're using something like a witch's bottle, which has got urine in it, and you do not want that tipping over. So that's one use of it. The other use is that you can add stamps and you can mix in herbs, and you can also carve things into the wax, which adds extra association into that working, particularly if it is a more long-term working. Besides that, it is also just incredibly pretty, and you'll often find that people will use it on Instagram as a way of making their workings more aesthetically pleasing. So yeah, it's kind of a little bit of both. A little bit. Sip break. I don't have much water left. I only have that much. It's not even a mug. Oh dear. Oh, right. Where was I? Oh, I'm so scared this jug is going to fall off. Right. What is your take on spirit boards? People are scared out of their minds over a simple piece of board. And, people go very over the top when it comes to spirit boards, kind of unnecessarily. Are there any particular Anna Franklin books that you would recommend over others? I love the HearthWitch book. It's the inspiration for my username, because I actually met her at an event where I met her at, it's now called Witchfest Midlands. It wasn't always called Witchfest Midlands. I think it was about 2015. I went and Anna Franklin was there, and I knew of the works anyway, and we got one of the books and she signed it, and I actually have one of the signed copies here somewhere. I don't remember where it is. That book is so good. It's so good. And they have done other books. I think they've done the HearthWitches. It's the HearthWitches something. Kitchen, HearthWitches, Apothecary, I don't know, it's the HearthWitches something. That one contains a lot of the information that's available in just the standard HearthWitch book. I love the HearthWitch book. It's really underrated. I love it. So that's my favourite of the Anna Franklin books, I think. I'm not sure, I haven't read all of them. There's some books that were published before HearthWitch that I cannot find. Like, they're not available anywhere, so I'll have to check out my local occult section in, it's not a charity shop, it's like an antique shop. That's where I go a lot for my older books. I'll have to check out there to see if they've got any copies, because I would love to read them. Why have I got that song from? I know it's from Angus Longs and Perfect Snogging, but I don't know why I've I've got that in my head. Your eyes are not dishwater. Oh, Phil, they are dishwater. They are 100% dishwater. Everyone in my family's got dishwater eyes. And I'm alright with it. I'm fine with it. It means that they look like they're a different colour no matter what I wear, which is, I'd argue, pretty cool. What was the confirmation for you when you realised that magic works? I didn't need any confirmation because I always knew it. When I was little, I would manifest things without understanding what I was doing, and I could see things like spirits that no one else could see, and so I always knew. There was never any doubt for me, which has made my path considerably easier, because a lot of people really struggle with gaining the how do I best describe it? It's not confidence, but it's gaining that belief that magic works. Whereas because I never lost it, most people when they're children, they believe in magic, but as they get older, they lose it. I never lost it because I was always doing it. So my life has obviously been a lot easier when it comes to witchcraft because I didn't have to learn to believe. I just always did, which has got to be really annoying to hear because I can't give any advice for kind of gaining that belief. Any updates on Hearth fan merch? Yes and no. I placed an order for some samples, but I'm not convinced on the quality. I got, what samples did I get? I got a t-shirt, I got a sweater, and I got a hoodie, and they all have it's the same design in a way. You'll see what I mean. And I'm not convinced on the quality. The t-shirts I love, but the jumpers and the hoodies, they just aren't, the print just isn't bright enough. It looks already faded, and I'm not happy with it. So I'm going to pose you a question right now. I love arm print. So like if this had like a print right here, or like a jumper that has like a print all down the sleeves, I love arm prints on anything. T-shirts, jumpers, hoodies, everything. And it's the reason I went with this particular company, because they do the arm print. Do you like arm print, or would you rather not have arm print on t-shirts and hoodies and jumpers? Please let me know, because if you aren't fussed, then there's lots and lots of other places that I can go to. But I really love the arm print, and I really want to do the arm print, and I'm going to have to find somewhere else that does it and try there and find better quality. So yeah, just let me know. Let me know. Can you explain the difference between a house witch and a hearth witch? So it's difficult, right? Because house witch is usually defined as being a cottage witch, which is kind of a blend between a kitchen witch and a green witch. It's kind of somewhere in that mix. And which is why a lot of people will refer to like house witches as kitchen witches, because it's a big part of the cottage witchcraft practice. Think cottagecore in a form of witchcraft. That's basically what it is, right? It's a blend of kind of kitchen witchcraft and green witchcraft. Hearth witchcraft often incorporates using spirits of the hearth, the fae and the brownies and the other items. It uses involving the elements in working, such as using fire. It does include, if you want to, cooking and green witchcraft, but it doesn't have to. It's magic done by the hearth for the people within the house that you care about, as well as yourself. It's usually lower magic, although some people will incorporate hearth deities such as Hestia or Bridget, which is one of the reasons why I knew that Bridget was the right fit for me, because I was already a hearth witch before Bridget started calling out to me. And then when I did some research on her, I realised, hang on, she's literally a hearth deity. And it goes a kind of, it's more diverse in its practice than house, like cottage witchcraft is. At least I have found in my experience talking to cottage witches versus hearth witches. It's a little bit more diverse in the style of practice, which is why I always recommend the Anna Franklin book, because it doesn't just classify and actually Anna Franklin was the one that coined the term HearthWitch versus just being cottage witchcraft. Do you do Reiki? I don't know. I've never learned how to do it. Tony, calling you out specifically here. It's chat rules on the screen, right? Yeah? I answer everything chronologically. And unfortunately, if the chat skips, I often lose questions. If I've also answered the question before, or I have a whole video on the subject, I won't answer it, because I've already answered it. And also, I might want to note here, I am like 4 hours into a live stream here. I can't answer every single question everyone ever has, or I'd be here forever. Which is why I tend to answer the questions that I know that most people are going to be having. Otherwise, when the chat jumps, I lose a lot of messages. Do you have many friends in person? Because I don't, and I'm feeling shit about it. Don't worry, I don't have that many friends in person either. I have some friends in person. It's just I am very much I keep myself to myself. I have very limited social battery, and I'm not very good at interacting with people for long periods of time. I'm just not. I can manage to I can do one big thing a week and then that's it. So I have lots of online friends. How do you know when a magical sachet has served its purpose? When it manifests. I guess when it manifests or it assists as much as it can, you can then either recharge it or you can store it for a while until you decide you need to use it again, or you can then start just opening it and tipping it out and cleansing everything and then starting again if you want to. So typically it's when it's done its work. It's when you know that you can stop it. Do you get premonitions as dreams? I personally don't. The best way I can describe it is premonitions for me, I get deja vu a lot. That's really freaky. I don't like that very much. But for me, it's spirits that tell me what's about to happen. So I think some of you follow me on Instagram. I posted last week an Instagram story of some really freaky as shit ghost activity in my house. And I realised within the hour, which is actually why I deleted the Instagram story, exactly what it was. I'm not going to go too much into it, but typically when I get premonitions, it isn't like a psychic premonition in the way that psychic dreams are. Instead, I have a spirit that comes up and is like, yo, pay attention to me, shit's about to go down. And within the hour, an ambulance turned up outside the house. And at that point, I was like, oh, that's what you were telling me. Okay, got it. So then I deleted the stories because I was like, this is a bit insane. I'm not going to keep this up because I know what's about to happen next. And that's the way premonitions typically work with me. It's spirits around me that will inform me. So it's like psychic premonitions just adjacent. Because I'm not the one that's getting the premonition. It's the spirit that's telling me about what's going to happen instead, if that makes sense. Okay, this question is so loaded that I feel as though I need to answer it. Okay. I've got to brace myself here, right? I need to be as diplomatic as I can with this one, right? Is it okay to hex someone if they greatly wronged you? So that's the first part. The answer to that is, I am not the one in control of whether you should do something. If you are doubting whether you should do it, then don't do it. When it comes to morals and ethics, it's going to be entirely based on you, as well as your culture and the tradition that you're a part of. I can't tell you whether you doing something is the right thing to do. Only you can tell you that. And the fact that you're asking means that you don't feel comfortable with it. And if that's the case, then find another way of doing it. Because if you doubt it and you doubt yourself, you're only going to get yourself in more difficulty because that working maybe isn't going to manifest, or it might backfire. And in which case, that's not going to end so well for you. So I would say, if you have to question it, find another option. The second part of this is, will you never receive punishment, or will the threefold law affect me for justice done? Okay. Are they going to see it as being justice, or are you seeing it as justice? Because justice isn't a universal thing. You might see it as being justice. They might see it as punishment. And also, the threefold law is a Wiccan tradition. If you aren't Wiccan, then the threefold law is not necessarily going to apply in the same way. So different cultures and different traditions have different beliefs with it. Karma is not a universal belief, it's cultural. So the threefold law is part of a religion, it's not universal. So how something is going to affect you is going to depend on the spirits that are surrounding the person, as well as any protections that the spirits might have upon that person. Now, a person doesn't have to practice witchcraft to have spirits around them. They're always going to have their ancestors, they're always going to have spirit guides around them. And depending on those spirit guides, you might have it bounce back completely. You might have it bounce back partially. But if you're planning on doing baneful magic against someone, you can't expect to come away from scot-free. If you were to punch someone in the face in the street, you would expect to be hit back, wouldn't you? Same kind of applies in this circumstance. If you're going to be doing baneful work towards them, you're going to have to expect that you're going to get something back. And it might not be in the same way, it might not be as bad or as significant, but you're still likely going to get something back. So sometimes I say justice is an opinion and a point of view. I mean, I'd say justice is a point of view. If you're the one that is feeling as though you need to give retribution, then for you it would be justice. But for someone else, and that's you punishing them, that's not justice. That's them being punished. So it's a very loaded series of questions in that one. And it's all going to depend on your tradition, your morals, your ethics, your culture as well. There's plenty of cultures around the world where cursing is considered a standard part of day-to-day life. But within others, it's considered a no-go. So it's a difficult one, and it's one where I can't give you the answer. I can only give you more questions, which I know has got to be tremendously annoying, but I can only give you more questions. And hopefully it'll give you the chance to think more on it and figure out what you want to do on the subject. But if in doubt, and if you are doubtful about it, find another way of doing it, because there's always another way of doing it. It might be a little bit more long-winded, it might be more difficult, but it's going to save you the stress of having to think about whether or not this is something that you want to do or not. Ah, Carl Jung, not Carl Jung. Got it. Thank you. Do you drink alcohol? I don't drink alcohol. No. I have plenty of vices. Usually they begin with sugar and they end with hot chocolate. I have a really bad sweet tooth, like really bad. I also have a very addictive personality, so I don't really do the whole alcohol thing. It's fine if you do. I'll drink mead occasionally at celebrations if I do attend any. Other than that, I have been known to have a Malibu and Coke at Christmas, and it makes me giggle a lot, and I don't like it. How can I make spells more powerful? By adding more energy into it. And if you want to know more, I have a whole video on the different ways to power spells. What's your favourite love spell? I don't have any, because I create all of my spells depending on what I want. I don't have any just stored, typically. My favourite way of scrying is fire, I think. It's the one I use the most. What's a jumper? A sweater? Is that the way Americans say it? Sweater. That sounds horrible. That's an awful word. Sweater. No, it's jumper. And you are going to be banned from the channel. Bye. I love it when people try to preach about God. I'm just like, oh, you spent all that time writing out that comment? Hidden forever, deleted from the channel. The number of people do that is absolutely hilarious. I'm like, oh, you spent all of that time writing that out just for me. And no one is going to see it, ever. I think, so I've had some people saying that I'm not interested in arm print, I don't really care about arm print, and then I've got some people saying that it separates it from other merch, which is why I really liked it, because it's a different print. So basically there's a I've designed all the prints. The print is on the front, and then there's a different print down the arms. I don't know, I'm gonna have to figure it out as to whether or not I do that or not. I'll have a look at a few different places, but I just want somewhere that sells kind of a good range of prices. So I want to do both affordable and eco-conscious versions so that you can choose what you want to go with. Because obviously I know that as much as everyone would maybe like to buy the eco-conscious ranges of merch, they are considerably more expensive, and it's a luxury that some people can't do. So I want somewhere that has like both options so that you can go like the affordable route if you don't want to or can't afford to buy the eco-conscious stuff, or you can get the eco-conscious stuff. And I want somewhere that has a really good range of sizes, and I don't mean like small to large, I mean like extra small to 7XL or something like that, because people don't come in one shape and size, you know? People come in all kinds of shapes and sizes, and I want everyone to have an option. And then I really want somewhere that ships around the world as well. So I'm just going to have to do some more research on merch places to see if I can find somewhere that fits all of the categories. I'll find it one day. I know I'll find it. Someone literally just said that. Will the merch be available in plus sizes? Oh, 100%. I like arm print, but I'm not too picky. I like the arm print, please. I don't really care about arm print, but if you want to, it's your merch. I think arm print is nice. Okay, so we've got kind of a good range here. So yeah, 100% for plus sizes. I'm not having merch that's just like a size small to a size large. I'm not doing it, because that's not fair. And that's not, like, that's not a good enough range. It just isn't. It just isn't. I'll never understand why people do that. Because, like, if I want an oversized t-shirt, I buy a men's large. I'm a size 8. So if someone wants an oversized shirt, or even just a shirt that fits, having, like, a size range that's, like, small to large is just so pointless to me. It makes no sense. What do you think about atheism in witchcraft when gods are just archetypes and not real for us? Honestly, I have no strong opinions. See, witchcraft is so diverse. There's so many different traditions that fall under it that just because your practice is different than mine, it doesn't make it bad. You know, it just makes it different. And that's the same with most practices. Like, there's no practice within witchcraft really, unless it hurts, like physically hurts people, with like telling people to stop medication and stuff, that kind of physically hurt, that I actually have strong opinions about. As far as I'm concerned, as long as you feel comfortable with what you're practicing, I'm fine with that. It's cool with me. What's your opinion on Christianity? Same again. I don't really care. Like, as far as someone is happy, as long as someone is happy in what they're doing and it feels right for them, and, you know, they're chill about it, then I'm chill about it. I don't really care. The only time it really bothers me, I get it all the time. I have literally, I'm not even joking, I have thousands of blocked channels on my channel, like, that I've blocked. And every single one of them is yelling at me for being a sinner, or demanding that people in my comment section convert to Christianity. That is the only time I have a problem. And that's not a problem with the religion, that's a problem with the individual. And that's always the case, is that I don't have any problem with a religion. there are always going to be some people that are assholes about it. And that's the same within every religion. You know, that's the same within Wicca, that's the same within Celtic paganism, that's the same everywhere. So I'm honestly not really fussed. You do you, you know, whatever you want to do. Is spiritual burnout a thing? Oh, most definitely, yes. If you don't take care of yourself enough, it's really easy to get burnt out. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Sorry, I'm trying really hard to figure out where the next question is that I've not already answered before. Is there a book that contains and explains sigils for beginners? Yeah, there's plenty. I don't have any. I can see it, and I don't know if I explain this book and someone has it, can you please tell me what it is? It's a black book. It's about yay big, and it's got a square on the front, and it has like a glyph on the square, and it's something to do with different alphabets and magical symbols. That's got loads of sigils in it. Not useful in the slightest, I know. I'm bad with names, I'm good with imagery. And there's another book as well. Is it Jason Miller? That has a sigil on the front of it. I'm really sorry, I can't be more specific with this. And unfortunately, I don't trust my internet to not die the moment I try and search for a tab. I'll have to make a video about different books for sigils, because I've done how to make sigils my way. And I've done how to use sigils. So maybe I should do books on sigils. Maybe that's the way to go. Oh, it's gonna jump. I knew it was gonna jump. How tall are you? I'm a small bean. I am 5'3" and a bit. 5'4" on a good day. 5'4" on a lazy day. I'm 5'3" on a lazy day, should I say? Quicker fingers than me. See, I'm used to it now. I pick up the praise the Lord, and I'm like, delete. Because I know what they're like. I know what those kind of people are like that make comments like that. They don't just post it once, they post it 1,000,000 times, and then I have to spend my weekend going, delete comment, delete comment, delete comment, because I don't want to see it. I don't want you to have to see that. You know, I don't want to see a beginner being told that they're going to burn in hell. For all they know, that beginner could be dealing with Christian guilt to start off with, because they've realized that Christianity isn't for them, but they've spent their entire life being a part of it. I don't want anyone else to have to deal with being told they're a sinner and they're going to burn and rot in hell forever. So I just delete all the comments. I don't delete many comments, like generally. I only ever delete the ones that are really bad. Like the ones telling people that they should, you know, do bad things to themselves because they're going against God. Those ones, and they paste them like 1,000,000 times. They'll write this giant essay out and then they'll copy it and they'll paste it like 350 times, and then I have to go through and manually delete them all. So if you ever wonder what my weekends look like, that is it. It's always that. What's your favourite tea? Chamomile. Is it though? No, it's, okay. It's a very specific tea, right? I got it once in a bubble tea box, right? And it's jasmine green tea with rose syrup. Oh, it's so good. It's so nice. It's amazing. What is scrying? Scrying is a form of divination that doesn't use tools in the same way as divination. So whereas in some forms you're using cards or runes or ogham or a pendulum. When it comes to scrying, it's using your own psychic abilities to draw images and sounds and colours and shapes out of an item. Now, this item doesn't have to be a tool necessarily in the way that you might see tarot cards being. It can be a bowl of water. It can be a candle flame. It can be a black mirror. That's a really common one, is an obsidian or a standard black mirror. And you sit in usually a dimly lit room with candles, and you allow yourself to just zone out onto the object. And then you're drawing on your own psychic abilities to pick out the symbols and the items and the images of significance. And some people can get full visions when they're doing scrying. It's a really interesting way of doing it. I will say, though, it isn't instantaneous, nor is it super simplistic. It takes a lot of training to develop that psychic ability. But if you are interested in developing psychic abilities, it is a good thing to be doing like every day or so, just to kind of train it up. What should I do if I'm burnt out magically? Take a break. Chill. Witchcraft and magic will still be there when you get back. It just means that you have a time to recharge. I think we should keep all of the negative troll type comments. They're both amusing and more to be pitied than scorned. See, that's the problem though, is it's never one. These kind of people will literally post the same comment thousands of times in like 10 minutes. They just use like bots to do it. And the problem is that in a comment section, there are some days where in my held for review comments, I have more of these bot comments about fake spellcasters or about kissing God's feet or something than I have actual comments, which really says something about the way YouTube works, doesn't it? That I get more bots interacting with videos than I do actual humans. It's kind of sad, honestly. Do you think your life would be different or worse if you didn't have magic or witchcraft? I think it would be considerably worse. I think. Mainly because it's given me opportunities that I never would have had. I mean, I was practicing witchcraft for a long time before I did my degree, but I did a degree in something very different than witchcraft. And I would have probably been working in a lab somewhere, 9 to 5, come home, read a book, go to bed, go back to the lab the next day. Like, that's probably what my life would have been. And instead, I get to read books and teach people and be out in nature and do the things I really love all the time, which is amazing. And I don't think I would have been able to do that if I hadn't have been interested in witchcraft, you know? I think I would have gone down a very different, considerably more grey path. And by grey I mean like bland, boring, Halloween Town 2 kind of grey. You know, that kind of path. So I'm really glad that I found witchcraft, because I think it would have been very different. Why have we gone to is that Camp Rock? I think that I think that's Camp. Is that Camp Rock? My brain is full of random sounds. What's your favourite book? I think my favourite book is book 3 of the Morganville Vampires series. It's very specific, I know. Oh, is it? Okay, right, it's 1 or 2, right? It's either book 3 of the Morganville Vampire series, because you're introduced to my favourite character of all time. And, because, I mean, who doesn't like a vampire wearing vampire bunny slippers? If you've read the books, you know who I'm talking about. Fantastic series. or it's the book series The Assassin's Curse. That is so well written. I loved that book series. So yeah, those are probably the two that I always go back to as being like my favorite books, I think. Wait, have you grown 2 inches? And no, Phil, it's just I've always been 5'3". You just haven't noticed. Right, let me see where I was. I think I was about here before it jumped. Oh, Sigil Witchery, A Witch's Guide to Crafting Magic Symbols. That sounds about right, that does. Do you have any spells using acorns? Unfortunately not. I don't really do that many things with acorns. I do things with conkers. I keep them in the corners of my house to keep spiders away. I actually need to get some conkers because my house is full of spiders and I don't mind them. I don't want them to be here. If Heart did bedtime story vids and the video was of her reading the Winnie the Pooh, I would watch. I mean, maybe one day I will run out of video ideas and that will be my video of choice. Ah, that's it. The Secret Language of Symbols, a visual key to symbols and their meanings. That's the other one I was thinking of. Yeah, so you guys are good at this. Can you make up sigils yourself, or must there be basic rules? That depends on the method of making sigils. There's multiple different ways of making sigils. No way is more right than any other. It's just figuring out what works for you. So you can use a specific system. That's what I typically use, because I just find it quicker. Or you can go and you can create your own. Whatever you fancy. Whatever you feel like. The most important thing is that you have that intention behind it. What's your opinion on genies? Very, very powerful. Like jinns, crazy intense. I personally wouldn't, but that's because I'm not brave enough and I don't know enough about the traditions behind it. But I know lots of people who do work with them, and even they are very cautious about it. Do you partake in moon magic? I used to. I don't so much anymore. I'll be honest, it's mainly because I don't really live in a place where I can. I think if I had more outside space and more privacy, I probably would more. But here, can't really do that right now. Can spirits actually harm living things like you see in movies? Yes. Is it going to be like it's seen in movies? No. But that's because movies are fantasy. But they definitely can interact with people and they can cause harm, just not in the theatrical way that you will see in movies. Have you ever wondered if the things you've done and seen weren't really real? I'm not implying you're crazy, only that I too, when I was a kid, thought it might just all be in my head. No, mainly because I have enough friends in the witchcraft community that I know personally that we will be out and about and we will have the exact same encounter and see the exact same thing, and we will each be able to describe what we saw without actually like cross-referencing between one another. And that was very useful for me. I have a lot of friends in the witchcraft and the pagan community, and so when I am out with people, it's not so much a wait, did you see that figure over there? It's more of a I look at them, they look at me, they go and I go, and then we keep walking and then we talk about it later. So I've never really had that feeling of like, wait, am I imagining this? Because a lot of the time when I've had experiences by myself, I have the knowledge to fall back on that I am not the only person that experiences these things. I've had enough experiences with other people to make, to have that to fall back on, I guess. Yes, it's Camp Rock. I knew it. I'm full of... I am basically like a karaoke machine, just a really bad one. I just have a collection of songs that just kind of spin in a loop. I'm a little bit broken. They're just kind of all the same ones that just go around in circles. What is my favourite witchcraft book? I don't have a favourite. It really all depends on what I'm working with at the time. I would say right at this very minute, the most well-written and the most useful book that I have read for me is The Crooked Path. I forgot the name of it then. The Crooked Path. Actually, I've given it to my mum to borrow it because she wanted to read it. And that, for me, right now, is the most well-written and the most useful book for me and my practice to describe things at this very moment. Now, that's going to change as I keep reading books and I find something else that I absolutely love and I cannot put down. But when I say that I finished The Crooked Path in like a few hours, and usually it takes me several weeks to finish a book, it was a really good read. It was really good to read. Do you find it easier to read tarot for others as opposed to yourself? No, not really. It depends on what deck I'm using. If I'm using the Wild Unknown, that will read for others like a dream. It's fantastic. The meanings, the symbolism, everything just shouts at me. When I do a reading for myself, dead silence, nothing. My magic manga deck, if I read other people, it gives them the finger. It doesn't like reading for other people. If it reads for me, it's fantastic. Rider-Waite-Smith doesn't really have any energy attached to it. It can read either which way. It might be, though, if you're struggling to read for yourself and you're using a singular deck, it might be the deck rather than you. Because I found if I had only got the Wild Unknown deck, I would think that I just couldn't read for myself. But then I got other decks and I realised, hang on, okay, it's not me. It's actually the deck I'm using and what it is that it wants to do. This is going to be in my head now for hours. In a battle, who would win? Morgana Pendragon or Phoebe Halliwell? Morgana. Let's face it, Morgana. Phoebe was a little bitch. Sorry everyone that loves Phoebe, but she kept choosing the asshole. Don't keep picking the bad guy. It's not a good idea. Morgana would win. Now, don't get me wrong, I like Phoebe, but if we're pitting Phoebe against Morgana, Morgana's gonna win. I swear the spiders in this part of the UK are getting humongous. Yeah, I see, I don't normally mind spiders, right? I'm usually pretty okay with them, except this year, I have never, ever seen spiders that big. I saw a spider, like, down, it's like under a coffee table down there. My house is a mess. It's under a coffee table down there, and I spotted it, and it spotted me, and we're just, like, looking at each other, and I'm like, okay, you just stay there, that's fine, you stay there. And I took my phone out and I took a photo, and my mum's first response was, oh my god, that's huge. I was like, it is. It's absolutely ginormous. I have a pair of earmuffs that are like tucked under the table on the floor. This spider was the size of an earmuff muff. You know, like the earmuff cups? It was the size of one of the cups on the earmuffs. It was fucking huge. It was huge. And then it ran away, and then I was like, oh, okay, I'm never going to find that ever again. That is gone forever. It's like, I don't mind spiders. It's just when they're that big, I'm scared they might eat me. And the bonus is I don't live in Australia, so that isn't necessarily a real thing. But, like, they're huge. Huge. Watch me get copyright claimed for badly tuned version of that song. Have you watched The Witcher? I have. I absolutely loved it. I haven't seen the animated film. I was really confused, right? I was sure that they were making an animated TV series, and then they dropped the animated film, and I was really confused. I haven't seen it yet. I'm still watching The Magicians. I only allow myself to watch, like, Netflix for, like, an hour a day. So while I'm eating, I'll watch one episode of The Magicians. Or today I watched one episode of A House in Time because I'm like a grandma trapped in not a grandma's body. And then that's all I give myself to watch. So I haven't got round to it yet because I've been dedicating all of my time to watching The Magicians. Who would win? Vampire Elena from The Vampire Diaries or Buffy Summers from from Buffy the Vampire Slayer? Buffy would win, hands down. Don't get me wrong, I love Elena. Everyone hates on Elena. I really like Elena. However, Elena has got the coordination skills and just the existence skills of a baby deer, right? She's not very good at dealing with anything. So Buffy would wipe her out no problem. I don't even think Elena would notice that Buffy was there. Poof, gone. Disintegrating into nothing. Is demon possession real? Yeah, it's real. I mean, is it like what you see in movies? No. No, it's not. Is it as frequent as you see in movies? No. No, it's not. But it can happen if a spirit is particularly determined. What's your opinion on the use of psychedelics in your craft? I don't, but if you want to and you're safe about it, then sure. Can manifestation be a gift? It's more a skill than anything. Is it bad to use a broken pendulum as a necklace? I can't use it anymore as a pendulum, but I don't want to throw it away. I don't think it's bad, no. I mean, as long as the energy feels fine for you, then I don't see any big issue with it. Righty-ho. Right, I'm going to be going in a minute, I think, because I think I've been on for about nearly 4 hours. Nearly 4 hours, so I'm going to get to like 11, and then I think I'm going to call it. So if you have any last questions or topics you just want to talk about, I'm fine to just chat about a topic. That is completely fine. I would love a video on hagstones. Oh yes, I actually have one planned. I'm halfway through writing the script. I've just been a bit sidetracked because I've been trying to hit a separate deadline. So, hagstones be coming. I've got a video set. I just need to, to be figuring out what it is I'm doing with it, finish the script off, get it filmed. Yeah, exactly. Halloween Town 2 kind of great. It's a great example because anyone who has seen Halloween Town 2 knows exactly what I'm talking about. I thought they were making a Witcher animated series too. I was confused. Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't the only one. I was so confused. I was very much expecting like a 6-part animated series, and instead Netflix just drops a movie. When's your next video? My videos come out every single Wednesday, except last week, but that wasn't my fault. That was out of my control. So every Wednesday I have a video, and if a video isn't going up, I will typically say something on Instagram stories. Because it's just easier that way. I don't like using the community tab on here because then I just get bombarded with spellcasters being like, you don't need to listen to this person. I know a doctor such and such. He can help cure all of your illnesses. I'm like, go away. So I don't really bother with the community tab anymore on here because they stalk it. They wait for me to post on it and then they just bombard it with spam. So I tend to post stuff on the Instagram stories instead just because it's a little bit... I don't know, it's just a little bit easier. It's a bit more chill over there. You know, I just occasionally post a photo of some greenery, some plant life. Occasionally a photo from Glastonbury, and then that's about it. How do I know my spells work? What is supposed to happen? Well, seems like a bit of a strange question. What did you want to happen? Did it happen? If it did, then your spell worked. If it didn't, then you might need to wait longer or it didn't work. When's your next stream? My next stream is next month. So typically it's the first Wednesday after the 15th. So I was a bit late this month, I think. No, I wasn't. I am right. I'm right on time this month. Next month it will be the 20th probably of October is the next stream. So I try to always do it so it's the first Wednesday after the 15th, and then a few days before the stream I'll post like a little reminder thing that should come up in your subscriptions for when you know the stream is going to be. And if it's not going to happen on that date, then I typically tell people on Instagram. I just use Instagram as like a crutch. I don't really like social media. Social media scares me, but Instagram's kind of okay. You know, Instagram's kind of chill. I love the vibes that you're giving out. At this point, this is just like chill chit-chat. Chill chit-chat. The lighting's a little bit off now, and my big light still doesn't work properly, so... Blessed Mabon. Oh yeah, it is Mabon today, isn't it? I always forget. I'm not really doing anything this year. I just didn't really feel like it this year. I'm just having I've had a bad month. I'm just having like a chill Mabon of not doing anything. Except work. Copious amounts of work. I've still got hiccups. Right, where was I? Oh, it's so hot in this room. It's so hot. I'm not looking forward to the cold, but I'm kind of looking forward to being able to film for like several hours without melting. It's so hot in here. I notice a lot of magic people around me have like magic gifts, yet I feel like I'm just some normal muggle with no gifts at all. How do I know if I have gifts or not? Well, here's the other way of thinking about it, right? Everything can be developed with practice. So maybe they've just practiced them enough to have them. Because you can learn psychic abilities. It's something you can develop over time. It's not necessarily something that you have to either have or not have. Everyone can learn to develop them. So maybe it's not a case of they have them and I don't, and more I haven't learned them yet. It's probably the healthier way to look at it. Otherwise, you might just end up beating yourself up about something that you don't really need to beat yourself up about. Did we do the whole live stream without a break? Yes, we did. We usually do, actually, now. Yeah. When you watch Buffy, have you ever noticed that Cordelia's license plate on her car says Queen Cordelia? I think I did last time. I need to watch it again, though, but I can never get... I can never get to the end. I can't do it. I hate season 6. I hate season 7. I can't do it. But then I'm like, but what's the point in watching it if I'm not going to get all the way to the end? It's like the Vampire Diaries, right? I can watch the Vampire Diaries until the end of season 6. Even that's a push, right? But I can get to the end of season 6. After season 6, I'm just like, oh, I'm fed up. Why did they keep filming this? They should have just stopped. And then at the end, oh my God, I still cry at the end, but equally I'm like, oh, they should have stopped at season 6. That's kind of the way I feel about a lot of these shows. And so I watched them once and then I never rewatched them again. Like, ever. Because I just don't want to watch that one season that we all hate. You know, there's always a season that people just hate. Please make more videos on spells. I will be. The thing is at the minute, because I'm working on the workshop, the table that I film all of my videos on, it's barely big enough for a computer and a microphone. I can't do spell videos on it. I've tried. It's really uncomfortable. It's difficult. I have a whole table that is going to be in the office / workshop that I'm going to be using for spell videos, which is what I'm currently waiting on being finished. I need to get the worktop, but every time I go to get it, it's sold out. So I have to just wait for that. And then hopefully I can do some more spell videos. Hopefully. Generally, though, I tend to like... what was I going to say? I tend to like telling people how to create their own spells rather than just giving them spells, you know what I mean? Because, like, I think a lot of people have a tendency to think that if a spell works for me, it's going to work for you. But it's more than that, you know? Like, you can recite the words off a piece of paper, but it doesn't mean it's going to manifest if you don't put in the time and the energy and the intention into it. It's not going to manifest the same. So I always get a bit worried posting spell videos because a lot of people do assume that if you just do the things, it will work. And that's not really how it works. I think we could all wish that that's how it works, but there's a reason that people study for a long time in order to do it. So yeah, I always get a little bit iffy posting spell videos. I still probably will, but I'll always add like the extra disclaimers on it, because like people be daft. I've noticed that the internet has taught me that if you set a bar for how you think a person will react, like as a collective humanity, right? If you set a bar for how stupid I think people are usually down here. And like, this is not attacking any individual. This is just, I've just found people in general tend to do really stupid things. And I think we can see this in everywhere in life, right? That there are people out there who think that jumping into a freezing cold lake or jumping onto ice over a freezing lake is a great idea. Like, I wouldn't think that's a good idea, but there's still people out there that will do it. Like, I don't think that riding on a motorbike without a helmet is a good idea, but there's some people who do. I always just have to, like, lower my expectations. That's what I just need to learn. I just lower my expectations. So I always get really nervous doing spell videos because I'm like, someone is going to do something stupid with this. I know it. Someone is going to do something stupid with this. Even if it's something as simple as sticking, like carving something, like carving a symbol on a candle. In my head, I'm always like, someone is going to stab themselves with this pin by accident. Someone is going to do something stupid. I just know it. I just know it. Exactly, Phil. Exactly. People just, as a collective, if you think of all of the possible outcomes, if like all of the options people will take, as a collective consciousness, humans will always take the stupidest option. It baffles me. It genuinely baffles me. I never thought that people were like that until I was on social media, and then I was like, actually, never mind. Scrap that. People really do be that stupid. I heard that Nina Dobrev wanted to leave the show around season 6. Yeah, that's why they put her in a coma, isn't it? They put Elena in the magical coma because Nina Dobrev wanted to leave. And I actually don't blame her a little bit. Like, I think there's that thing, isn't it, where that you can have too much of something. Like, I love Legend of the Seeker, the TV show, so much because there's only 2 seasons and it was cut short. I love Constantine, the TV show, so much. I wish it wasn't cut short, but does the fact that it was cut short make me love it even more because it's like short and sweet and it didn't get to that point where it got boring? Like, for me, Buffy, I kind of got... as soon as she went to college, I kind of lost it. I loved Oz, right? Oz was one of my favourite characters in Buffy, and then they just tossed him aside like he was nothing. And like, as soon as it got to that point, I was like, no, you know what? I'm out. I'm out. A person is smart, people are stupid. Very true. That is a very true. I heard that. Who said that? Someone quoted it to me the other day, and I don't know who did, but it's very true. Oh, good luck, Phil. I didn't read it. I'm sorry. I skipped over it by accident. I hope that you have success this week. The world sucks if they don't give you a job. Let's put it that way. The world sucks. Next event in person in the Northeast that you would recommend? I don't know. I don't know them off the top of my head. Unfortunately, I have no idea off the top of my head. You can just Google, if you just Google MBS shows UK, you should be able to find some in the local area, hopefully. Oh, we are back to Winnie the Pooh. Bears in national parks in America frequently get into bins because there is significant overlap between the smartest bears and the stupidest people. That is fantastic. I might use that to end the stream, I might use that one to end the stream. Thank you so much for being on this stream. I apologize for all of the technical issues. There were so many technical issues in this stream. I'm so sorry, especially at the start. If you would like to watch the full stream, it will be available on YouTube afterwards. It might take a few hours for YouTube to process it because it is 4 hours long. But when it is processed, it will be available to watch on YouTube, along with all of my most recent live streams. A lot of the live streams, the older ones, I do get rid of, but the newer ones are still there if you would like to watch them. I have a new video coming out on next Wednesday, so I hope you will enjoy that video. I want to say, I hope you have an amazing Mabon. Absolutely. And I hope I will see you in another video. And hopefully I will not have so many technical issues next time. That would be fantastic. I feel like every stream I have a problem, and today it was my internet. So hopefully you have a marvelous magical day, and I will see you in the next video. Bye! Do, 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 do.